morning continues through 10 p.m. tomorrow. The rest of today will be hazy, hot, and humid with sunshine and a high of 97. That's the record last reached in 1966. AccuWeather real field temperatures up to 102. Clear to partly cloudy, very warm and sticky tonight, though 77. Tomorrow, sun mixes with clouds. Another extremely hot, humid day with a thunderstorm in the afternoon, the high 96. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Don't miss the Pittsburgh Music Festival, July 11th and 12th at Pittsburgh Brewing Company in Creighton, featuring Joe Grishecki and the House Rockers, Billy Price Band, Norman Nardini, The Gathering Field, and more. Benefiting Band Together Pittsburgh and Autism Pittsburgh. Presented by Pittsburgh Brewing Company and U.S. Steel. Tickets at pittsburghmusicfestival.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Join us for the Big K Morning Show Friday as we prepare for the 4th of July in the Burg. By the way, what are you making? You have any recipes to share with us? Michael Bartley, I'll be in for Larry Richard, the Big K Morning Show, Friday, 5:30 to 10 a.m.
Recipes. Yeah, I'm going to share a recipe like it's Tradio. Well, what are we doing here? 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Strawberry pretzel salad. Here you go. There's my recipe. I love Michael. He wants people to call in with recipes. Oh, man. Hello to you. Short show, Pirates baseball. Listen for The Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. And that Drive at 5 will come your way in short order because it's already 4:37. NASCO Roofing Instant Access to all our shows. Just a click away. Email us, instantaccesskdkradio.com. All right, we need to have a serious discussion, an honest discussion. You know, yesterday we had a good, honest discussion, a lot of good, honest discussions about things. But I want to have a good, honest to goodness, truthful, real discussion about something. And that's this.
20 years after choosing Pittsburgh as its home, Anthrocon continues to be one of the city's biggest annual events. Mayor Corey O'Connor says the convention has grown into something that benefits the entire region.
Not only are they welcomed by our residents, but we see the impact in it. And the more we can bring conventions like this, and they tell other conventions about why Pittsburgh's such a great place and a special place, then you start building your convention base. And the more tourism we have, the more it supports our local businesses, our hotels, and it's just a big economic boom for us.
Since arriving in Pittsburgh, Anthrocon has generated nearly $164 million in direct spending across Allegheny County and has donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to local charities. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
All right, the furries. Let's have a real discussion on the furries. The furries kind of fall into two categories for everybody. It seems like they're, for 95% of the people, they fall into one of two categories. They're harmless. They're having fun. They're people who, this is their hobby. They enjoy it. It is what it is. Leave them alone. And they raise a lot of money. They spend a lot of money. And they do good for society, i.e. there's charitable endeavors that they're involved in. Okay, that's the first one at this honest discussion at 866-391-1020. That's the first canister. Leave them alone. They're not bothering you. They spend a gazillion bucks in town every year, and they have a charitable arm. The second one, because I'm honest, I just am, and I tell you what I feel. It's not slanted, so I always give you both sides. The other side is, this is window dressing for a bunch of weird, crazy, sick people who want to dress up in these fuzzy costumes and have sex in what used to be the Vista Hotel all weekend. I'm not making this up. That's the definitive other side of the discussion. And 95% of people fall into one of those two categories. That's what it is. So I'm sure at 866-391-1020 that there are people who fall outside the confines of those two things, and they're in the 5%. Like, I'm sure of that. But numbers would say, averages would tell me, the yield would be that most of you fall inside that 95%. That is to say, one of those two sort of canisters. These people are harmless. They're up to good. They're just having fun, and they have fun in their own way. And they spend a lot of money. Or these people are lunatic freaks bordering on a sex cult. So which one is it for you? Now, I kind of, and am I going to take the easy way out? Maybe. I lean actually toward the latter, but I'm not all the way there. The test I use is this. What if your neighbor, right? And you're standing there and you're out on the street and you're minding your business, and your neighbor comes up to you, and you're a 30 or 40-something-year-old guy, and you're out and you're kicking around, you're talking about, hey, what's going on with Paul Skeens? Man, I'm kind of worried about Paul Skeens. Or, whoo, it's hot outside. Sheesh, triple digits, my gosh, stay inside. And he says, what do you got going on this weekend? I don't know. I think I'm going to go to that Noah Kahan concert. Or, yeah, we're kind of laying low because vacation's coming up. We don't want to spend a whole lot of money. You know how the economy is. Yeah, okay. What do you got going on there, Tim, this weekend? Well, my wife and I are furries. We're headed down to the hotel right across from the Greyhound station, and we're going to post up. We're going to wear our furry costume, and we're going to walk around, and that's what it is. Anthracon, yep. That's what we're going to do. How would you take it then? I present it like that to you. We live in this let's play make-believe world, but that's the best example I could come up with. What if one of your neighbors said to you, hey, here's the deal. I'm a furry and so is my wife. Would you then think the same that you thought before? Would you be like, hey, have fun. We're all right? If they were people who you hung out with previously, would you continue to hang out with them? I'd look at them differently. That's for sure. I wouldn't overtly be a jerk. You know what, though? I'm inquisitive by nature. I would ask a bunch of questions, and I would get right to the point. Probably the first question I would ask would be, hey, Tim, listen, and I don't have a neighbor named Tim. I just made this person up. I'd say, hey, Tim, is that all it is? Or is this just kind of a masquerade to try to, be swingers? Like, what is this thing all about? That I would be. I would be inquisitive. Great text here. Can I be both? Yeah, you sure could be both. But I think, again, the vast majority of people fall into one of those two things. So here's the other test and litmus test that I give to the furries. And God bless them, spend all the money. But that's the hook. If the furries spent 1/4 of the money that they spent, I don't think we'd have near as many public officials going, we love the furries. Let me shake your hand. Have a great time in our city. If they spent 1/4 of the money that they spend, I don't know if we'd roll the red carpet out the way that we do. I think a lot more people would look at them with a bit of a glare and go, what are these people really up to? Nonetheless, I hope they stay safe. I hope they stay cool, especially considering it's a gazillion degrees and they're in those big suits. And I think we're never going to get to the bottom of if it's just pure, honest-to-goodness fun or if it's really something else. 866-391-1020. Demand the yellow van. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. As warmer weather rolls through Pittsburgh, storms do too. Bad ones. Heavy rain, strong winds, sudden damage. What starts as a small leak can turn into major water damage and roof damage overnight. And real quick, actually. 24/7, 365. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh gets there. Demand that yellow van. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation possible. You got damage, you call ServiceMaster. 412-RECOVER. Traffic time. All right, PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Crew's still out on the scene of an accident at the 600 block of Brownsville Road in Pittsburgh. And now taking a look at the major roadways. The Parkway East outbound is at a standstill in spots through Oakland with traffic jammed from Technology Drive towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is gridlocked through the Bathtub region and Fort Pitt Bridge corridor. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
All right, I see Patrick Septak. I'm going to call him Patrick today. Goldberg, Persky, White Pioneers, and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead at the top of the hour. Patrick, did your late mother call you Patrick when you were in trouble?
Oh, yes. That's when I knew I was in for it. All right, Colin, we had the latest homicide statistics out of Allegheny County, plus the man accused of writing a bogus ransom note to the children of Nancy Guthrie enters his plea in court. Details on that coming up at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I mean, you got to be some kind of deadbeat to write a bogus ransom note. You got to be. You're not going to get away with it. The people who are the potential victims, they're not just going to fork over the money. And anytime you write a ransom note, especially in a high-profile case, they're going to act with the FBI or the police or somebody to deliver that money. It's not going to be like free and clear. What a bozo. Top of the hour. You know, we had Jeremy Schaefer on yesterday, who's a great state rep. And he said something, and it was probably the only thing he and I disagreed on. And I want to talk about that coming up just past 5 o'clock. You know, there's something brewing, though, in Pirateville. Not to make this a sports show, but it's the biggest story in sports, or it's the biggest story in local sports right now. Now, the Pirates won today. It was, 217 degrees at first pitch or whatever in Philadelphia. And it was interesting to see all the fans there that were sitting underneath the overhangs so that they could sit in the shade. And heck, I would have too. I probably wouldn't even have gone when it was this hot. But anyway, so today they got a good win. But the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports right now, undeniably, is this.
As that pitch count continues to rise, it's going to be a struggle.
1-0 is belted out to deep right field, and Marsh has hit one out of here. Another home run off Skeens. Wow. Out in front of the sweeper and hit it right down the right field line. Home run number 15 for Marsh. 6-2 Phillies in a wild one.
Mm-hmm. The biggest story is how Paul Skeens has just fallen off the face of the earth. So they haven't won, I think, in his last 9 starts. He's got like a 5.36 ERA in those. And his velocity's down. He doesn't look himself. Is he hurt? Is he this? Is he that? And that's a lot of the discussion, both with sports shows, non-sports shows, anybody you talk to around town. Here's something that's interesting to pay attention to, is the delicate way with which it's treated and the subject's treated. Because here's the thing. When somebody's a tomato can or a down-the-liner and they go through a bad stretch, people on especially sports talk, they fire away. Because they figure, we're never going to need the guy anymore. Who cares? He's going to be out of town. It doesn't matter. When somebody has the makings of a superstar, okay, what Skeens does, will he bounce back? I think it's likely, but who knows? But when they have the potential to be that great, pay attention to how the criticism's different. People could have the same exact actions, but the criticism is pulled back on the reins a little bit. Because here's why. And that's how you can tell who the real media people are and who the people who are, I don't say on the take, but the people who are afraid to have a real opinion are. Because they don't want to go all the way with real criticism, thinking, I might get an interview with him, and he might remember when he was down that I said things that weren't nice. Oh, honestly. And that's how you can tell who's true to it and who's not. Right now, I'm not saying that you need to kick him while he's down or say terrible things about him, but there's not a lot of positive in what you're seeing. And if you're afraid to say that right now, then it says a lot about you as a media person. Look, you don't have to bury the guy. You don't have to belittle him. You don't have to make it personal, for sure. But there's no real silver lining right now in what's been going on the last month and a half with Paul Skeens. There just isn't. I have a hope he bounces back. I have a hope that he snaps out of it. And I have a hope that he is great moving forward. But the real honest-to-goodness opinion, I think, is this. I don't know if that's going to happen. It's gone real south real quick. And if you can't say that as a media person or just somebody objectively looking at this, then I don't know what you're looking at. but it's the biggest story in Pittsburgh sports. The tumble has been quick. And I hope the rise is meteoric and he comes back. All right, top of the hour. Jeremy Schaefer said something yesterday to me that I want to talk to you about because I think it's a gigantically hot button topic. We'll get into that. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports still of the same two accidents out on the roadways on the 600 block of Brownsville Road in Pittsburgh and at the intersection of Broughton Road and Willis Road in Bethel Park. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound, it's gridlocked through Oakland with traffic jammed from Technology Drive through Bate Street and into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is bumper to bumper through the Bathtub region and towards the Fort Pitt Bridge with heavy congestion across downtown. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 96 degrees and fair at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. Just a reminder, there is an extreme heat warning until 10 p.m. Friday. It is a hot start to the 4th of July holiday in Pittsburgh, with officials urging people downtown and on the north side or on the North Shore to stay cool. EMS Chief Amara Gilchrist says extra crews will be stationed across the city to respond quickly if needed. And the Pittsburgh Pirates are also helping fans beat the heat.
City Parks and EMA will provide water buffalo stations, misting stations, and free cooling towels will be provided by the courtesy of the Pittsburgh Pirates. These cooling resources will be clearly identified throughout the footprint of the events.
Gilchrist also encourages people to stay hydrated, watch for signs of heat-related illness, and call 911 immediately if someone needs emergency medical care. A reminder, the 4th of July holiday will mean flight restrictions. More on that from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The temporary flight restrictions covering drones around Point State Park in the North Shore, and it covers 1 nautical mile in each direction. The FBI says state police, and the FAA will closely monitor any drones flying in that area. The FBI says any unauthorized drones will be deemed a potential national security risk, and the violators may have their craft intercepted, and they may be questioned by authorities, facing potential civil and criminal penalties. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Allegheny County officials have released the latest homicide statistics. In terms of homicides or out-of-county cases referred to the medical examiner, the number of homicides as of the time of release was 31. At that time, the county had reported 3 homicides in June. There had been 6 homicides in May and 9 in April. A man who investigators say wrote a bogus ransom note to the children of Nancy Guthrie earlier this year amid their search for their mother has pleaded guilty in court in Arizona. Here's ABC's Alex Stone.
Derek Kalela lives in California but told a federal judge in Arizona on Thursday he is guilty of writing a fake ransom demand to Nancy Guthrie's family. Pleading guilty to 2 counts could get him 10 years in federal prison when he's sentenced in September. According to the FBI, in early February, when the search for Nancy Guthrie was intense, Kalela allegedly texted Guthrie's family members and called once asking for Bitcoin. The FBI saying this week, while it has determined some ransom demands in the Guthrie case were fake, the legitimacy of others is still unknown. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A community challenge to fight hunger has now surpassed its fundraising goal. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
The Berg Proud Challenge has raised more than $1.5 million for the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank, surpassing its goal. More than 3,500 fundraisers and 4,300 supporters from across the country took part in the month-long effort, which challenged participants to move 30 miles in 30 days while raising money for neighbors in need. Organizers say the funds will provide the equivalent of 4.5 million meals through the food bank and its network of pantries and meal programs, helping meet increased demand during the summer when many children lose access to school meals. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 594 points. The Nasdaq lost 207 points, and the S&P 500 closed down 1. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Out in Philadelphia today.
Swing fly ball fairly deep center field, carrying Crawford to the wall, leaps, and there it goes, over the wall, a home run. Andy Rodriguez hits it out to left center, and the Pirates lead 4-1 in Philly.
And the Pirates ended up splitting their series with Philly 2-2 after today's 6-1 win for the Buccos. They're now on their way to D.C., where they'll open up a 3-game series against the Washington Nationals tomorrow night. First pitch, 6:45. KDKA radio news time is 5:04. It is currently fair and 96 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
All right, traffic time on this Thursday, just beyond 5 o'clock. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yeah, Colin, getting reports of a vehicle fire at the intersection of Pitchfork Lane and Clever Road in Kennedy Township. Just be sure to keep an eye on that. That is causing lane restrictions and delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is still gridlocked through Oakland with traffic jam from Technology Drive through Bates Street and into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel area. The Parkway West outbound remains bumper to bumper through the bathtub region of the city, down the river, and the Fort Pitt Bridge corridor with no real relief just yet. Route 28 also heavily congested leaving the city. AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a clear to partly cloudy sky tonight, it will be very warm and humid, a low of 76. Near record heat again tomorrow, partly sunny and humid with an afternoon thunderstorm at spots, high 97. And we still could have a thunderstorm on the 4th of July. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
The yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. As always, you can listen to us 100.1 FM AM 1020 KDKA and that Odyssey app, AUDACY. That's AUDACY, that Odyssey app. Everything's presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Yep, just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream. You can also check out our YouTube page. Yeah, our YouTube page. It's fantastic. That's how I take in all of our shows, and you can too. So let's go. Short show today. Just another, not even an hour. I'm out of here at 5:55. Then programming note, I'm on vacation. Well, tomorrow's a holiday, so I'm off tomorrow. Then I'm on vacation all next week. Then I'll be back on the 13th day of this month. So there's that Monday. All right, we can keep the straw poll going. I'd love to field calls, 866-391-1020, or text. Are the furries good, innocent, fun, and they spend a lot of money? Or is there a dark, seedy side to it? You hear these kind of weird stories. Well, there's litter boxes in the hotel. But then it's never substantiated, like. But what side are you on? I kind of want to take an over-the-air straw poll at 866-391-1020. So we'll keep that going, and we'll infuse that into all the talk today. Furries, innocent, fun, just a hobby for these people, even maybe a lifestyle that doesn't hurt you, so who cares? Or is there something more sordid happening with these furries? So that's the first thing. Also, I talked to Jeremy Schaefer yesterday, a man I respect quite a bit, and a man who's our representative where I live. And if you listen to that interview, you can go back and check out that interview. It's online. He told everybody, get back to work, get a budget passed. And he kind of stopped short of saying he's embarrassed to work with a lot of people, but it was encroaching that territory. He did say there's far too many in the state legislature, but he did beat the drum for, listen, I'm not taking any money while there's no budget passed. We're working over it, and it's ridiculous, and these people need to get their butt in gear. You can't tell what side that guy's on. You just can't. He's bipartisan as the day is long, and I appreciate him. But he did say one thing where he and I disagree, and that's this. He is for term limits, and I mean big term limits. And maybe some of it isn't just because of things that happen in Harrisburg or from a statewide standpoint. Certainly when people talk term limits, this comes to mind.
It's not even clear at this point if he's still even in the hospital. So just to walk back in terms of the timeline here, McConnell has not been seen on Capitol Hill since June 11th. Then on June 14th, McConnell's spokesperson confirmed he was admitted to the hospital, saying he's getting excellent care. Then on June 22nd, his office indicated McConnell was still working on Senate business, but would not be on Capitol Hill for votes.
Yeah, I think Mitch McConnell first worked under President Polk at some point. But it's incredible how he keeps getting voted in. And that's been my point the whole time. I think Mitch McConnell's nobody knows what shape he's in. He could be deceased right now. He could be fine. And nobody knows. But he's old as dirt. But the people keep voting him in. My thought with term limits has been this. Outside of the very top office, the President of the United States of America, okay? And what is that, the 22nd Amendment, where it's laid out in our Constitution. I think if you're voted in by the people and you have got those votes, it doesn't matter if you're 106 years old or if you meet the bottom end threshold for age. If you've served for no days or if you've served for 80 years, you should be able to be in. That's the way that it works. If people have voted you in, then it's a disservice to America if you're not the person who is installed into that office. That's the way I look at it. Now, so I'm against term limits. The best man, the best woman, the best candidate, they should get in because they're eligible to run or should be eligible to run. Now, I'll meet people in the middle if they want to. And I wonder how you feel about this. Jeremy Schaefer did yesterday, that there's an age restriction on judges. And I talked to somebody in the legal field this morning who's very well respected in town by everybody in the legal field. And I brought up to him and I said, there's an age restriction on judges. So that's interesting. He kind of raised an eyebrow and said, yeah, you know what? You're right. That is sort of an in-the-middle proposition to all this. So here's where I am, where I can be flexible after giving it a bit of a thought. I am not for term limits at all. But if we want some kind of consistency, because we make judges leave the bench, I'd be okay with age limits. In so much as there are people who, again, I lean toward having none of this. But if we want restrictions of some sort, the age limit is a good way to go. Is it ageist? Some will say so. Is it blocking off a certain portion of the population? Certainly. But people's acumen falters. People's health deteriorates. Mitch McConnell should absolutely not be serving because he's not mentally sharp enough. He's not physically capable enough to get there. Does that have to do with his age wholly? No. But can we insulate that and stave that off by putting a roof on what your service time is, or essentially what a kind of an age limit is? Yes, we could. So while I'm not for term limits because it could discourage people from wanting to get into politics when they're young, because they could say, well, wait, I'm going to get into this when I'm 25. I'm only allowed to serve 12 years. Let's say the arbitrary number, 12 years. I got to find another career at 37. Why would I do this? No way I'm going to do this. And I could still have a career beyond that. Why would I even then start down that road? I think that's patently unfair. But if you tell me that you want to put age limits on it, I can meet you in the middle. I can go there. So that's where that is. But this McConnell thing has highlighted again the American people, especially for some offices, well, pretty much for every office, the American people are going to vote party and not necessarily person. And that's just the way that it is. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. Today, with the Pirate game, watching it, and quite literally steam coming off the field because it was so hot made me think of one thing. And one thing when you were growing up that was so taboo if you were a baseball player on days like this, and I still can't get over why. I'll never get to the bottom of it. Or maybe we can together. Next. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Calling several crews out on the scene of an accident on the 600 block of Rodi Road in Penn Hills, as well as the intersection at Wallace Road and Perry Highway in Pine Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound, stop and go from before the Oakland on-ramp. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion that's stopping you through Robinson Town Center and further down traffic restarting from the Green Tree Hill S-curve as you head towards the city. The Parkway West outbound is jammed in the Bathtub region, and both lanes through the Liberty Tunnel as well as the Duquesne Bridge are stacked. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
The biggest stage in world soccer is here, and every goal changes everything. FanDuel is giving you a reason to root for every single one. Introducing Every Goal Pays. Bet on a match and get bonus bets for every goal scored in that match. More goals means more bonus bets, and all you have to do is turn on your token. The U.S. look like they are truly poised for a dream run at this point. From the opening whistle to the final kick, let there be goals on FanDuel. Visit FanDuel.com to get started now. 21 and over, select state. For Kansas, in affiliation with Kansas Star Casino. 18 and over in D.C., Kentucky, and Wyoming. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or 1-800-MY-RESET. In Connecticut, call 1-888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org/chat. In Maryland, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. In Massachusetts, visit gamblinghelplinema.org or call 1-800-327-5050. In New York, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. In Louisiana, call 1-877-770-7867. And listen to Orange Slices, sponsored by FanDuel Predicts, wherever you get your podcast.
Lose weight. Alex Goen, patented hypnosis.
This is Lisa Stofan. Heard the weight loss hypnosis hype? I attended because my father stopped smoking with hypnosis. Hypnosis eliminated my desire for soda and fast food, and I lost 60 pounds in 6 months. I went to another session to deal with some other problem foods. I lost another 10 pounds. I brought my husband. He lost weight, and his cholesterol and blood pressure improved.
The only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late night fridge attacks, full on half the food. So you lose the weight and keep it off. 10 pounds, 30, whatever your goal, only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking, 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
Iron City Beer since 1861. Pittsburgh drinks Iron City.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on May 15th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
All right, Pat Septak has you covered with some news. Let's get a preview. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead to 5:30. Hello, Pat.
Hello, Colin. City officials say they are prepared to deal with unruly behavior this 4th of July weekend. Details coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. OpenAI, the maker of ChatGPT, has begun preliminary talks about giving the U.S. government a 5% stake in the company. That's according to the Financial Times. The U.S. labor market in a bit of a standstill right now. Not a lot of people getting hired, just 57,000 last month, but also layoffs are low. Now, the unemployment rate for June moved one notch lower to 4.2%, but only because so few people are actively looking for a job. But that is raising bets that the Federal Reserve won't be hiking interest rates when it meets later this month. And that helps send the Dow to a new record high today, up 595 points, a more than 1% jump. But elsewhere on Wall Street, a continued sell-off in chipmaker shares sent the Nasdaq 207 points lower. The S&P was flat, and oil today just under $69 a barrel. And a shocker for die-hard Costco shoppers. Consumer Reports magazine says Sam's Club has the nation's best supermarket rotisserie chicken. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I heard Pat's report. I'll have him know I'm not prepared to deal with unruly behavior this weekend. I'd want no parts of it. I don't want to be anywhere around it. I want it as far away from me as possible. Just for, just to officially get that out there. I'll be going to that Noah Kahn concert tomorrow. That'll be warm. Our daughter wanted to go, so that'll be a fun time. Oh, park at Nova Place. I've told you that the past couple days. It's right there, Allegheny Center. You can walk over. It's fantastic, easy to get to, easy in and out. That's the big thing. You're not too far deep into it, and you can zoom right in, zoom right out, especially when the concert's over, and be out of there. Nova Place right there. Short walk right into that left field exit. Stop by and see Bubba, too, at Mike's Beer Bar. He's going to be doing a great remote for Star 100.7. So tie all that together and have a great time tomorrow. All right. It was 99, or it was actually 100 degrees, they said. I think Joe Block said first pitch today, Pirates game. So it got me thinking about a couple things. These dog days, not even dog days of summer, just these real hot days playing baseball growing up. One was, back when we were growing up, Gatorade, you supplemented the water with Gatorade. But they really only had two flavors, and they were in glass bottles, if I remember. It was the green and the orange. That was it. And then there was, and I was texting with Neil Walker about this today. We're going back and forth about how to kind of like beat the heat. And there's other texts you can't see, but it was kind of hilarious. We were both talking about how they would have these towels, and we're not. They were done with having ammonia on them, but they would put towels in the ice water, and ice would be floating in these buckets. And they'd pull them out, and when you'd come in when your team was up, you'd play the field, you couldn't have them. But when your team was up, you'd come into the dugout, and like a parent or even you or maybe one of the coaches that like kept the book would pull a towel out, it was like a big face rag kind of thing, and put it around, wrap it around your neck. And the first feeling, you were freezing cold. But it made you feel so good. It just did. It cooled you off in that dugout while you were waiting. It was just heaven. But the other thing I was thinking about today was, do you remember how you had it beat into your head on days like this? Let's say your game started at 6 o'clock. A lot of them started 6:15, or maybe you had a night game. It was like you were walking into Chernobyl if you went swimming that day. Why? Why was that? Why was there this big sacrilege and sin in sort of they acted like the pool was made out of cyanide if you were going to go swimming the day of a Little League or Pony League or Legion game or travel ball game? The coaches, I mean, you could rob a bank and they'd be like, listen, just get to the game on time. But if you swam today, no chance you're playing. That is still one of the craziest things that I remember from my childhood and growing up. And no wiffle ball either, because the ball's too light and it'll screw up your arm when you go to throw a hard ball. The no swimming edict was the most enforced thing in our life. And again, it's still ingrained in my head when there's a baseball game. You can't swim the day of a baseball game. Why? Does chlorine make you tired? I still don't get it to this day. Somebody enlighten me as to that, especially some old school baseball manager or somebody who coached a Little League team. I'm dying to know. All right, not everybody loves this Kroger and their proposed acquisition of Giant Eagle. I'll explain in just a little bit. Let's hit traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Still getting reports of the traffic collision at the intersection of Wallace Road and Perry Highway in Pine Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways. The Parkway East outbound has brake lights still from before the Oakland on-ramp. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion that's backing you up through Robinson Town Center, and further down, traffic restarts from Green Tree Hill as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound is jammed as you wrap into the bathtub region of the city. Also, both lanes through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. Route 28 remains heavily congested inbound into the city. AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Celebrate America's 250th with huge savings. I love this. From my friends at Coit during Coit's Red, White, and Renewed sale. I love this. Get $250 off any Coit cleaning service. Carpets, rugs, upholstery, draperies, and more. The special expires July 10th. Minimum service applies to qualify. Appointments are filling up quickly for this amazing $250 savings. So call Coit today. 1-800-FOR-COIT. Celebrate America's Save Big and get your home Coit clean for the summer.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 95 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. Pittsburgh officials say they are ready for the city's Independence Day celebration, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
City leaders say police, fire, and EMS have coordinated their plans to keep people safe. But Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams says even with months of planning, it's impossible to prepare for every situation.
And that's the behavior of individuals who might be in space. They have to be responsible for that. And what we are doing is preparing for that. Any type of nuisance, unruly behavior, criminal behavior will just not be tolerated from any individuals in the spaces that we are providing.
Officials also stress downtown is not a drop-off location. They're urging parents to attend the festivities with their children and remain together in a safe family environment. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A 3-story building in Youngwood, Westmoreland County partially collapsed today. Firefighters were called to Depot Street between 3rd and 4th Streets around 3 this afternoon. Officials say the roof collapsed into the 2nd floor and the exterior walls were bowing out. The building has been empty for years. No one was hurt, but according to the Trib, a structural engineer is trying to determine if an emergency demolition is necessary, since 2 neighboring buildings on either side are within inches of the partially collapsed structure. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 594 points. The Nasdaq closed down 207 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 1. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCA Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCA Roofing at 412-373-2000. Earlier today in Philadelphia,
swinging a fly ball deep left field. Marsh warning track, sizing it up, and there it goes. Home run, Nick Gonzalez. He leads off the 9th with a home run to left, and the Pirates are up 6-1 in Philly.
And with today's 6-1 win over the Phillies, the Pirates are back at 500, taking 2 out of 4 in that series. Next up for the Bucks, they open a 3-game series in Washington, D.C. tomorrow night, 6:45 first pitch. KDKA Radio News Time is coming up on 5:32. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. If you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS, you need to hear this message. The IRS can take aggressive action by hitting you with penalties, interest, wage garnishments, and bank levies. Thousands of Americans thought there was no hope until they realized there is a free alternative thanks to the USA Tax Network. People who have owed $10,000, $20,000, even $30,000 or more are now reducing or even eliminating their tax debt after completing their free tax review. Go to notax33.com to request your free tax review and get connected with a tax resolution specialist. Explore options that may be available for your situation, including payment plan assistance, IRS negotiation support, tax resolution programs, and financial hardship solutions. Don't let the IRS take more of your hard-earned money. Save thousands and get connected with a tax resolution specialist to find out if you can reduce or even eliminate your tax debt. Go to notax33.com now to see if you may qualify. That's notax33.com. Paid advertisement. USA Tax Network is not a law firm, tax firm, or tax relief company. We do not provide tax advice or tax resolution services. We connect consumers with independent tax resolution providers.
The world used to be afraid to say the word AIDS. Now, we speak out.
I just want to raise money to make sure people have dignity for the rest of their life and be able to live a little better.
We thought it was a disease that affected a few. Now we know it affects us all. Every year around the world, we reach hundreds of thousands with testing, prevention, and treatment. But HIV isn't over. More than 150,000 people are living with HIV in the United States, and they don't know it. But while others are cutting back, we are stepping up. When the world looked away, we didn't, and we never will.
All right, here we go. Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The Parkway East outbound is still slow through Oakland, but traffic is beginning to loosen in some spots past Technology Drive towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also on the Parkway West outbound, it remains congested through the Bathtub region, but is starting to improve slightly. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be very warm and muggy under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 76. Partly sunny, very hot and humid tomorrow with a thunderstorm in spots of the afternoon, high 97, and still near 90 on the 4th of July with a chance for a thunderstorm. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Join us for the Big K Morning Show Friday as we prepare for the 4th of July in the Burg. By the way, what are you making? You have any recipes to share with us? Michael Bartley, I'll be in for Larry Richard. The Big K Morning Show, Friday, 5:30 to 10 a.m.
Recipes. Come on, Michael, I love you, but recipes. What do people make on the 4th of July? Hamburgers and hot dogs and potato salad and stuff like that. Oh, Michael, come on. It's like Tradio. We can't ask for recipes. Oh, geez. Anyway, so all the talk yesterday, at least a lot of the talk, was about this Kroger's proposed acquisition of Giant Eagle. And I said it wasn't necessarily a day of celebration. What it was for me was there's definitely a fork in the road. I think it's a day where Giant Eagle sees opportunity. I come away with it as that. They see it as opportunity, or should see it as opportunity. Because if you travel at all, you go a lot of places, frankly, there's a lot better grocery stores, particularly in the South, even out into the West. And then Wegmans up, all around, really. There just are. And maybe merging or being acquired by Kroger could help Giant Eagle up their game. And I think now they're at a very interesting inflection point where people are demanding more from their grocery stores, not more in volume, but more services, so to speak. And they want it cleaner. They want it fresher. They want prepared foods. They want things like that. It's not 1961 where mom stays home and cooks and cleans and does all of that, and it's the traditional, let's go to IGA or whatever. It's just not that anymore. So I do see it potentially, though, as going through, and it'll get the stamp of approval from all the people who need to give it a stamp of approval, from all the regulatory bodies and everything. I do think that'll happen. I have my questions on if Giant Eagle will keep its name 5 or 10 years from now, but that's that. And I think it will bring prices down because Bill Artman was on with Marty yesterday. And the one thing I think that is honest as the day is long is the whole thing when he described in terms of buying in bulk and the buying power and being able to buy more volume than pass it along to you. And thus you at least have the potential to have your prices lowered. I believe that from Mr. Artman 100%. But leave it to Dylan Altamara, who is running for state representative. Okay, and he won the Democratic primary, and he's running in District 39, which is like down in Des Moines Valley, Elizabeth, PA. Okay, so this Altamara guy, who I've never heard of until he decides to put out this press release today. And this is a lot of AI, it seems like, but nonetheless, I'll entertain him here. So he's running for this seat. And he has a problem with Kroger's proposed acquisition of Giant Eagle. And he writes, the proposed acquisition of Giant Eagle by Kroger should concern every family in Western Pennsylvania. We've watched too many industries become dominated by a handful of giant corporations, and working families always end up paying the price. Less competition means fewer choices, higher prices, and more power concentrated in the hands of corporate executives instead of customers or consumers. Same thing. This merger also raises serious concerns for grocery workers. Kroger has faced repeated allegations of anti-union practices, and the nation's largest grocery workers union opposed Kroger's failed Albertsons merger over concerns about jobs, bargaining rights, and corporate consolidation. Pennsylvania deserves an economy that works for working people, not corporate monopolies. Regulators should give this acquisition the scrutiny it deserves to protect consumers, workers, and competition. All right, first of all, what do you suggest, Dylan? Do you suggest, I'm guessing you probably suggest Mayor Mamdani's sort of governmental grocery stores, right? That would be my guess. But competition has already started to creep into Western Pennsylvania. And no matter what Bill Artman says or Marty Griffin says or what anybody else says, I think it has spurred some of this. And again, people lie or people don't give you the full truth. For people to scoff at Wegmans or scoff at Meijer and say, there's only a couple stores coming in and we're big and strong and mighty. Okay. But they're coming into big places like Cranberry, where there's a gigantic base of people who, if they get addicted to and turned on to places like Wegmans, they ain't going back to Giant Eagle. So what Kroger is doing, or Giant Eagle more to the point is doing, is finding someone to latch on to lower potentially those prices and create that competition. It's really strange to me how so many Democrats, like this Altamora, who I know nothing about, but I can guess a lot, they talk a game, and it all comes back to the same place. They want unions for people who don't deserve unions, really. And that's where we are with this, right? They want unions. Let me say that again. For people that I don't think deserve unions or this much of a focus on unions. Think about this. I think unions are great for a very dangerous job or one in which you have a skill that's kind of proprietary that no one else can do. Do we really need people who work at a grocery store to be in a gigantically unionized field? Think about that. Is that union busting, or is that moving on from an antiquated system? I'm in a union. You know why? Because they make me. I would rather everybody in this building get fired tomorrow. And then they say, reapply for your jobs and we'll hire the best people. Do you know why? I'm pretty confident I would get hired. And if I didn't, then I'm not good enough. That's just what it is. So what this guy is proposing, because union people aren't protected, is this. The guy who is the butcher or cuts the meat at Giant Eagle right now, who Artman already said we're going to retain everybody. But the guy goes from making whatever the wage is, and it's pretty good money, $45 an hour, to, well, we're going to come in and we're going to cut a job or two, or we're going to consolidate a job or two, or maybe it goes from $45 an hour to $42.50 an hour when Kroger takes over. And that's just the way it is. And that's a whole lot better than, follow me here, $0 an hour when Giant Eagle shuts that store down in totality. But these people, again, on the far left, they want to scream union and union and union and union, and they don't understand what the alternative is. And that's things closing down. But maybe they do understand the alternative. And they want this sort of government grocery store like Mamdani has proposed. It's insanity. Again, I don't think it's a day to have a parade. I don't think it's a day to celebrate. I think it's a day for a little bit of apprehension, but also an opportunity for Giant Eagle. But along with the lieutenant governor, for this Dylan Altamara to say, Kroger out, Kroger out. I'm sorry, pal. You're the same people who scream about food deserts and not having stores anywhere, and the only thing your opposition is going to do is turn away business and have people not have any grocery stores anywhere they are. Pick a lane and figure it out. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports of a traffic collision at the interchange of Wallace Road and Perry Highway in Pine Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways once again. Route 28 outbound is still heavy, but starting to loosen towards downtown approaches, and the Parkway East outbound remains congested, but is no longer fully jammed. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round-trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
Get ready for summer fun at the Elwood City Summer Festival, July 3rd through the 5th. 3 days of live music, 35 food vendors, 100 crafters, 24 bands, and one incredible fireworks display on Sunday. Bring the family for great food, unique shopping, and a hometown celebration you won't forget. The biggest weekend of the summer, and it's happening at Ewing Park in Elwood City. It's the Elwood City Summer Festival, July 3rd through the 5th.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life. Your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
All right, I see Pat out there. He's got you covered. He's going to take you through what he's working on for 6. From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, a look ahead to what he's got. Hello, Pat.
Hello, Colin. How are city officials going to keep you safe this 4th of July weekend? We'll tell you about a new public safety tactic they're implementing. Also, the couple who climbed the Empire State Building and then got engaged on the way down found out what charges they'll be facing today. Details on those stories and more coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, this Pat Septak has some kind of nerve. I've heard Pat Septak's last 3 reports, and he's talking about how they're going to keep you safe, how they're going to keep you safe, what's going on over the 4th of July. And Pat Septak is beating people over the head with that. Then he fails to mention all over social media, I keep seeing flyers for this Pat Septak takeover that he's going to have all over the parks downtown. So, how about this guy? No, I'm kidding. I hope he has a great 4th. I hope everybody has a great 4th. Now, listen, programming note. I do need to get this out there. I have just a couple minutes left. I won't be here tomorrow. I won't be here all next week. When I'm on vacation, I don't tell people if I'm sitting on my front porch or if I'm in Timbuktu. It's just the way I operate. My business is my business, and it is what it is. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I don't. But I will be back on the 13th, which will be back to work on the 13th, which will be a week from this coming Monday. And that'll be good. Some time off, yada, yada, yada. But I did have to take a moment today to, if I win the Powerball, though, I won't be back. I love those people that are like, I wouldn't quit my job. I say that all the time. These people are like, I'd give them 2 weeks. Whatever. If I win the Powerball, you're never hearing from me again. Just so we're square on that. But I do need to make mention that this past, 5 days or whatever on the show. So I did this show, which is my regular show. I mean, it's full-time this show. But when I did the last three days in the recent past, that morning show, it blew me away how many comments there were. It blew me away how much feedback there was. And it blew me away how many people made mention that they were part of this audience that migrated and woke up early or changed the routine or made a point to listen to when I was on in the morning. And it meant a lot to me. It just did. And I haven't really fully expressed that yet, and I wanted to before I got out of here for a little bit of an extended time. So I wanted to say thank you. It meant a whole lot. The feedback was incredible. So many people reached out. And for you to kind of uproot your schedule or your routine, or maybe just turn the radio on at a time when you generally don't, I saw the messages, I saw the feedback, I saw the stuff all over social media, and it meant a lot to me. So before I got out of here, I wanted to say that. So thank you for those 3 days. It meant a ton, and I appreciate all the listeners, loyal and even not so loyal. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is still slow moving through Oakland, while the Parkway West outbound remains backed up through the Bathtub region and towards the Fort Pitt Bridge, though conditions are slowly improving in spots across the region. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Iron City Beer since 1861. Pittsburgh drinks Iron City.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
It is hot. Yep, summer. You know what that means. Summer sales event at Schultz Ford. Check out all those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And listen, maybe you want to sit in the air conditioner and do your car shopping. That's fine. Right at home, right there in your home office. How about SchultzFord.com? Do that. Then head out to one of those great locations. Customer service cannot be beat. Summer sales event. Get there now. Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning. Was online in minutes. Then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
Let's play a game. The rewards are high if played right. In the game, you can receive an education, choose a career, buy property, get married, and so much more. Success in the game doesn't rely on luck, chance, or even strategy. To win, you must know the rules. The Constitution is the rulebook for our game. It tells the players, you, me, the government, what's fair, what's foul, and who makes the calls. Learn the Constitution. Use it, defend it, and win, because if you don't know the rules, you can't win the game.
Freedom. It's an American thing. From AmericanThing.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 95 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. Pittsburgh police are adding new technology for this year's 4th of July celebration. News Radio KDK's Tamara Rush has the details.
As thousands are expected to gather downtown for Independence Day festivities, Pittsburgh police say they'll have officers stationed throughout the area, seen on foot, bike, and horseback. Police Chief Jason Lando says this year's plan also includes a new addition that will give officers another view from above.
Our drones allow us to identify issues, respond faster, and keep people safe, especially with large crowds during special events.
Lando says the city isn't adding any new restrictions on recreational drones, but operators must follow FAA rules, including temporary flight restrictions over Point State Park and the North Shore. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A man was crushed by a bus this morning in New Florence, Westmoreland County. It happened just after 9:30 a.m. at a business on 13th Street. The victim was a mechanic, identified by the coroner as Barry Barker of Ligonier. Barker was working on a bus when it rolled on top of him, killing the man. We have an update now on the oil leak at the Lovedale stockpile. KDKA Radio has learned the truck that spilled 1,000 gallons of D3 oil from a tanker that ran into Wiley Run, which runs into the Mon River, was a PennDOT truck. PennDOT telling us that once the spill was identified, they immediately engaged both the DEP and a specialty hazmat contractor for cleanup, which is still underway. The Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission is also engaged and will continue to investigate the impacts to Wiley Run. The commission describes the number of dead fish as significant. Today is expected to be the busiest day of the 4th of July holiday travel period. AAA says it began on Saturday and will end this Sunday. AAA's Jim Garrity says the heat doesn't seem to be deterring people.
But the other thing that's not keeping people off the roads is gas prices. I mean, you're looking at prices are they're cheaper than this time last month. So for people who are traveling during the Memorial Day time, you're definitely looking at cheaper gas prices, somewhere around 50 cents, depending on where you are across the country.
And he tells KDK's Michael Bartley it's also a good idea to have your battery tested because the damage that keeps your car from starting in the winter is actually caused by heat exposure during the summer. The couple who climbed the Empire State Building and then got engaged on the way down appeared before a New York judge today. They've been charged with felony, reckless endangerment, burglary, and more. ABC's Melissa Adden reports.
After a daring climb up the spire of the Empire State Building, followed by a proposal, the couple faced a New York City judge. Angela Nicolau and Ivan Kuznetsov did not enter a plea and are now out on supervised release. The 33 and 32-year-old, known for their daredevil stunts, seen walking out of court.
If you want to get married, they're doing it right there. Would this be more convenient?
The judge granted the daring duo low-level supervised release that's often given to low-risk offenders. Their next court date is August 24th. Melissa Adon, ABC News, Los Angeles.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 594 points. The Nasdaq closed down 207 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 1. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Out in Philadelphia today.
Swing fly ball fairly deep center field, carrying Crawford to the wall, leaps, and there it goes, over the wall, a home run. Andy Rodriguez hits it out to left center, and the Pirates lead 4-1 in Philly.
And the Pirates ended up splitting their series with Philly 2-2 after today's 6-1 win for the Buccos. They're now on their way to D.C., where they'll open up a 3-game series against the Washington Nationals tomorrow night. First pitch, 6:45. KDKA Radio News time is 6:04. It is currently sunny and 95 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet Logan. What does it look like on a pre-4th of July midday rush hour, I should say? Ride home.
Thanks, Lenny. And it looks relatively well out there. Conditions are improving throughout the evening, although there are a few reports of traffic collisions on the 5300 route or block of Route 8 and Hampton Township, and at the intersection of Beechwood Boulevard and Forward Avenue in Pittsburgh. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound is still slow past Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The Parkway West outbound, that remains heavy but is beginning to loosen across the bathtub. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a clear to partly cloudy sky tonight, it will be very warm and humid, a low of 76. Near record heat again tomorrow, partly sunny and humid with an afternoon thunderstorm at spots, high 97. And we still could have a thunderstorm on the 4th of July. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Have you tried the only stop-smoking hypnosis in America, proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office that reprograms your subconscious? Alex Goen patented hypnosis destroys your connections to cigarettes. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss, 5:30 p.m. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Easy Cater, the workplace food platform, makes it easy to order food for all your workplace needs.
From favorite restaurants, don't forget that.
Who are you?
Tina. I'm Tina. I use Easy Cater at my job.
Well, I am the voice of Easy Cater. Don't you have work to do?
Not as much now that Easy Cater saves me all that time ordering food for the office, with great options for any group size or budget, all on one platform. Just trying to spread the word.
Fine, let's do the last bit together. Easy Cater. It's all the food for your workplace.
All in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
Oh, you're not terrible.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
everybody. Lenny McAllister filling in for Michael Bartley, a proud member of two nations, well, three nations, the United States of America, Steelers Nation, and the Purple Nation. The Purple Nation's the one that will keep me from cutting that song off when I start the show. Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about because you're people of a certain generation. Some of you just think that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. It's just in my DNA at this point in time. What else is in my DNA is taking phone calls while I'm sitting in this chair for Michael Bartley. Ergo, had tipped a brother Bird over at Central Catholic High School back in the 1980s. Ergo, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. The phone line shall be available to you to call in and join me for the next 4 hours. Now, for those of you, I've had a very big last 24 hours. But if anybody wants to kind of doubt kind of who I am, Reverend Cornell Jones is on TV. It's kind of cool. Good dude. Works for the city these days. Reverend, good man. If you all want to know just kind of how I roll, I'm just going to put it out there. Because you know I like starting my show with positive things or remembrance. You know, if somebody passes away, I want to give them their flowers. Or I like to say something positive. I've had a really big 24 hours. And I'm gonna lay it out to you, and then I'm going to go into it. I will talk about both, but I'm going to show you where my priorities are. So, within the last 24 hours, I've received pictures, documentation, and the like of my article that's in the New York Post. It's in the commemorative America 250 edition. It's a huge insert in the New York Post. And the New York Post is the third largest circulation of a daily paper in the United States. It's only behind Wall Street Journal and New York Times. So this is kind of cool to be out today in commemoration of America 250. It's a huge layout in color, has me in there. It's really cool. My son, who lives in New York, was able to pick it up. My friends who are in New York, live in New York, were able to see it. They got a real kick out of that. So, excitement, spreading the word, yada, 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 so forth and so on. And I'm not trying to blow that off. I will talk about that as one of the possible two to start off the show. The other big thing that happened to me over the course of 24 hours, my son hit his first real double. He had a double on Tuesday. He's hit kind of sort of doubles before. This double was a shot to straightaway center field. And 3-hop, 4-hop defense. Now, you got to understand, he's not exactly 17 years old. And he's a newbie to baseball. So, for a kid that walks, maybe grounds out every now and then, will oftentimes strike out, hits at the bottom of the lineup, to hit a rocket to center field, especially while I'm coaching third base, was significant. So, as I go to traffic, little test of how well you know me. You can call in 866-391-1020 if you'd like about this. There'll be other things I talk about, I promise. Where do you think I'm going to start my show? Do you think I'm going to start my show talking about an article that appeared in a newspaper out of the largest city of the United States, with the third largest daily circulation in the United States, in a newspaper that was founded by Alexander Hamilton at the beginning of the 19th century? Or am I going to spend the first part of these 4 hours talking about my son and this rocket of a double and what went through my mind at the time? I'm going to let you all sit there and think about this, and then I'm going to bring up some things so that you know the answer to the question when I come back after traffic in the news tease. Number one, like you, like many of you, some of you are listening on Odyssey.com, but the majority of you are 100.1 FM or AM 1020. Like you, I grew up in Pittsburgh, which is a sports town. Like many of you, I played youth sports. Like some of you, I played in high school, and fewer still, I played in college. And then the sliver of that is I played baseball in college. I couldn't hit after like age 14, but we won't get into that. I could pitch, but couldn't hit. So with those clues out there, if you're wondering what I'm probably going to start this show out about, talking about my article and the significance of the article and getting your feedback and all that other jazz, or talking about the very real experience of being daddy coach, when a moment like that happens and you're daddy coach in the moment, yeah, I'm like you. You probably know where we're going after traffic. So come along for the ride. 866-391-1020. I'll be here for a second. That said, from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan, it ideally will be getting clearer and clearer out there as we go to a 3-day weekend.
It is, Lenny, and there is a traffic collision that is still being reported, though, at the interchange of Beechwood Boulevard in the ramp there and Forward Avenue in Pittsburgh. But now taking a look at the major roadways, traffic is still present, but it's easing, and Route 28 outbound remains the slowest corridor, though overall conditions, as I said, are improving heading into the evening. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look at the bottom of the hour's news with Pat Septak. Pat, what is going on
hey,
at 6:30?
Lenny. Well, the Pittsburgh Pirates beat Philadelphia today, and they're also helping fans beat the Heat this weekend. We'll explain coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Home sales were weak in the all-important spring home selling season because of high home prices and rising mortgage rates linked to the war against Iran. But now, with an end to the conflict more likely, Average mortgage rates dropped this past week to a 7-week low of 6.43%, according to Freddie Mac. A weak June jobs report, just 57,000 jobs added. Easing worries, though, about the Fed possibly raising interest rates. And with that, the Dow today shot up 595 points, a more than 1% spike. It closed at a fresh all-time high. The Nasdaq, though, lost 207 on another sell-off in chipmaker shares. The S&P was flat, and oil slightly higher, just below $69 a barrel. O'Reilly Automotive, the big auto parts and accessories retailer, offering to buy the auto parts arm of Genuine Parts, could be worth $10 billion. And cereal giant General Mills jumping on the protein kick with a new Honey Nut Cheerios with 8 grams of added protein per serving. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Now, here's a little thing. But before I get into what I probably tipped you off as to what I'm going to talk about. Number one, on Sunday, I will be here for my show from 2 to 6. However, we're going to be talking about World Cup, especially since America's in the round of 16. So some of the political stuff that I would normally talk about on Sunday, I'm not going to. I will actually be out in the sun doing that. More details on that tomorrow. What do you mean tomorrow, Lenny? Are you going to be there tomorrow? Well, it's funny you should say that, my good friend. I will be here tomorrow. I will be filling in from 10 to 2 tomorrow for Marty. So it's that time of the year. The holidays are kicking in. You heard Colin's going on vacation, i.e. away from you. Not necessarily away, but he ain't going to be here. But, I mean, others do the same. Larry's been on vacation, which is why you had the privilege of hearing Colin a couple times earlier in the day. I had the privilege of being on with him Monday morning, usually from 8 to 9 with Larry. I was on from 8 to 9 with Colin. That was a lot of fun. It was really cool. Marty is taking some time off, which after he came back to work, after healing up, it's a really good thing that he's getting a chance to take another 3-day weekend. I'm very, very happy about that. I'm glad he's on the mend. I'm glad he's back on the air. That is some really good stuff. So that said, he will not be here tomorrow, but I shall be. 10 to 2. So I will share what's going on Sunday. I bring all that up because, as you just heard from the information from the news and the financial news, yes, the job numbers, 57,000 jobs added for the country for the month, last month, June. Now, the reason why I bring it up in conjunction with Sunday is because I usually do Laptop Sunday in conjunction with Sushi Thursday, which means I'm really, really failing at this because I didn't do Sushi Thursday, but it's the second. Forgive me on that. I wasn't going to eat, and I'm not eating sushi that's sitting around for 3 hours, even though I could have refrigerated it. I digress. And there will not be a Laptop Sunday. I know you're disappointed. I could see it in your eyes. But I'll get to Laptop-ish Thursday later on because those job numbers are not good. Right now, we are averaging around 90,000 jobs a month for 2026 after only averaging less than 10,000 jobs a month in 2025. There are concerns we should have. I will get to that later. 866-391-1020. I do want to kind of just be a little lighter hearted for a little bit. I do want to talk about the baseball thing because here's the thing. And I'm going to start with this. I call it daddy coach, even though it can be mommy coach too. I know that women are athletes. I grew up with some fantastic lady athletes. I grew up with some fantastic gentlemen athletes. So I know athlete does not have a gender attached to it. And you know, again, not to throw the receipts out there, but I went to St. Bart's University. Go look up who went to St. Bart's between 1975 and 1995. And then go look up your Western Pennsylvania Hall of Fames, whether it's at the high school level or Western Pennsylvania. They ain't nothing but a whole bunch of my former classmates in there. I grew up with a lot of really good athletes, men and women. So it's not just daddy coach, it's mommy coach and daddy coach. But my point with that is this. When you are in that role and you're actively coaching, especially if you're the head coach, you're usually one of two types of head coaches. Either You only care about your kid. So your kid pitches regardless of whether or not they can throw it over the plate or not. They're playing shortstop, whether or not they can throw it to first base or not. And they're hitting cleanup, whether or not they can hit or not. You're either that coach, or if it's basketball, they get all the shots. Or if it's football, they play quarterback, even though they can't take a snap and can't throw a ball to just save their lives. That's real. You're either that type of coach. It's funny because I've talked to people at the Fan about this because they've gone through this experience as well. Or you do care about all the kids. You coach all the kids the same way, but you have to hold back a little bit from being the parent because you're the head coach of everybody. So when something happens, you don't get to be the parent the way other parents do. So this goes to my point yesterday and just kind of what I went through. And I would love to hear if other people have gone through this at 866-391-1020 if you choose to share. We can or cannot use a pseudonym on the air if you'd like, just to, protect your identity. That said, because I'm the only one on camera, and we keep having brownouts here. If you're watching, I'm not doing that, and I don't think aliens are trying to contact us. That's brownout activity from all the air conditioning. Digressing. And coming back. So when you're daddy coach / mommy coach, and something out of the ordinary but really, really cool happens, you can't react the way you would if you were just on the sideline. And you can't really react the way you could if you were just a coach. I went through that last night. So long and short of it, in the midst of a game that literally was 3 hours long. So I want you to think about what the Heat was like yesterday. It was a 3-hour-long game, roughly. It was like 2:45. They scored 3 touchdowns. We scored 2 touchdowns, got the 2-point conversion. Actually, we got 2 2-point conversions, and we were literally driving down the field, and we turned the ball over on downs. And that's how the game ended. So that tells you what kind of game it was. And did I mention the Heat yesterday? So in the midst of that, my kid hits towards the bottom of the lineup because he usually is either walking, sometimes he'll ground out. Generally, he's striking out, sometimes walking, sometimes getting a ground out every now and then. Now, that said, against one of the best teams in the league, he got a double on Tuesday. But it was one of those, down the line doubles. Not a streaker double, like one of those that I used to get when I was a pitcher, used to get pissed off about. I jam the kid. He hits it off the barrel, the handle of the bat. He's shaking his hands, running down to first base, and it just happens to drop on the right field line. And you're like, I can't believe I threw one of my better fastballs. Jam that. If it's a wooden bat, it breaks in his hand. But it's aluminum, so it lands on the line. It wasn't quite that bad on Tuesday, but it was akin to that. So I'm happy for him, but I can deal with that a little differently because I'm like, okay, he's getting better. He's getting better. Well, in the game yesterday, and I'm going to tease you with this, then I'm going to go to the news, then I'm going to come back after traffic. In the game yesterday, he hits a freaking rocket. And this wasn't a cheap hit. This was a rocket. And I'm at third base having to watch this and coach the team and coach him and manage a situation that I probably, as a parent, didn't get a chance to enjoy as much. And as a coach, I know I flubbed. So I'm going to share my flawed coaching humanity with you after the news here on News Radio KDKA.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried. Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 94 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Pat Septak. Just a reminder that the extreme heat warning goes until Friday at 10 p.m. And it is a hot start to the 4th of July holiday weekend in Pittsburgh, with officials urging people downtown and on the North Shore to stay cool. EMS Chief Amira Gilchrist says extra crews will be stationed across the city to respond quickly if needed. And the Pittsburgh Pirates are also helping fans beat the heat.
City Parks and EMA will provide water buffalo stations, misting stations, and free cooling towels will be provided by the courtesy of the Pittsburgh Pirates. These cooling resources will be clearly identified throughout the footprint of the events.
Gilchrist also encourages people to stay hydrated, watch for signs of heat-related illness, and call 911 immediately if someone needs emergency medical care. A reminder, the 4th of July will mean flight restrictions. More now from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The temporary flight restrictions covering drones around Point State Park in the North Shore, and it covers 1 nautical mile in each direction. The FBI says it, state police, and the FAA will closely monitor any drones flying in that area. The FBI says any unauthorized drones will be deemed a potential national security risk, and the violators may have their craft intercepted, and they may be questioned by authorities, facing potential civil and criminal penalties. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Since tomorrow is a federal holiday, many people have been getting a head start on trips out of town today. AAA says this is the busiest day on the roads and in the airports for the 4th of July travel period. The Motor Club's Jim Garrity says if your battery is 2 to 3 years old, it's a good idea to get it tested during this kind of weather.
It's the sun that does the damage to the battery. It's the cold winter morning that's the nail in the coffin, but you don't want to be stranded at the side of the road. We're expecting hundreds of thousands of people are going to need AAA assistance over the weekend.
700,000 people are expected along the Turnpike system-wide today. Saturday, the 4th of July, is expected to be the least heavily traveled day since most people will already have arrived at their destination. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 594 points. The NASDAQ closed down 207 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 1. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Earlier today in Philadelphia.
Swinging a fly ball deep left field. Marsh warning track, sizing it up, and there it goes. Home run, Nick Gonzalez. He leads off the 9th with a home run to left. And the Pirates are up 6-1 in Philly.
And with today's 6-1 win over the Phillies, the Pirates are now back at 500, taking 2 out of 4 in that series. Next up for the Bucks, they open a 3-game series in Washington, D.C. tomorrow night, 6:45 first pitch. KDKA Radio News Time is coming up on 6:33. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Microsoft is tapping Chevron for a long-term deal to provide natural gas-fired power for a proposed data center campus in West Texas that will cost more than $7 billion. Chevron announced that Project Kilby is expected to begin generating power by 2028, eventually producing up to 2.67 gigawatts of electricity for the data center campus, the equivalent of powering around 2 million homes. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit is now hiring full-time bus drivers. It's a great place to accelerate your career. We offer great pay and terrific benefits like healthcare, paid vacation time, dental, vision, and more. We're even offering a starting bonus for those who qualify. Call 412-566-5162 to pre-register for our upcoming hiring event on May 15th, 2026. Candidates may receive an offer that same day. Go to rideprt.org/careers to learn more. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan, are things cleaning up after that fender bender that you mentioned earlier?
They are, Lenny. That traffic collision is no longer being reported at this point. Taking a look at the major roadways for the second to last time this hour, the Parkway East outbound is still slow through Oakland, but overall conditions, as we mentioned, are improving as the afternoon commute winds down across the region. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be very warm and muggy under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 76. Partly sunny, very hot and humid tomorrow with a thunderstorm in spots in the afternoon, high 97, and still near 90 on the 4th of July with a chance for a thunderstorm. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
Iron City Beer since 1861. Pittsburgh drinks Iron City.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
So let me continue this because part of it is it's a love letter to my youngest child, and I've done these love letters before to my children, publicly, privately, obviously. Part of this is a mea culpa that he's going to want to look at when he's 25 years old or hear about when he's getting married and his wedding reception. It's like, my dad messed up my greatest moment as a 13-year-old baseball player. And I'm just going to put my head down and be like, I'm sorry, son. I already apologized. I'll be into my 7th beer by then. Of course, everybody knows that's a joke because I've never had a beer in my life. So take the joke and keep moving on. But part of bearing my soul is to go through the experience of what I went through yesterday, but also what it's like to be daddy coach, mommy coach in moments like this. A lot of times, your kid can often be one of the best kids on the team. My kid is the best athlete on the team. He already runs over 17 miles an hour. He's strong, as evidenced by what I'm going to tell you about. And he's athletically there. He's been playing basketball for a while. The kid can shoot. The kid is quick. He can get off the ground a little bit. But this is baseball, and he just started playing baseball. So this is anybody that's played baseball knows baseball's different. Football, you grab the ball, you run as fast as you can. Soccer, you don't even need to know the soccer rules when you're like 10, 11, 12. It's like, be faster than everybody else, get the ball, kick it hard, kick it into the net. Before people actually really learn the rules of soccer. It's at that sweet age. Basketball, if you're taller than a kid, you throw it at the basket enough, it eventually will fall in. If you're 11 years old and you got everybody by a head in height, you're the best kid on the team more often than not. You start going in 12, 13, 14, it starts changing. Now, my kid can handle the basketball, can shoot, can get to the basket, etc. But again, that's basketball. Baseball's different. It's a skill. Hitting the ball is a skill. Catching the ball with a glove on your opposite hand is a skill. Throwing the ball is a skill. His hands are bigger than mine. That's not an accomplishment, but his hands are still bigger than mine. So even gripping the ball, you got to teach how to grip the ball. And again, when you're learning this at 11, 12, 13 versus 4, 5, 6, it's different. So he's the kid that is really good athletically, but is learning the game. I understand that. I'm okay with that. And quite honestly, I'm not trying to live through my kids athletically. I've had enough kids, 4 kids. 3 of them, one's athletic, one played sports, one didn't play sports. This one's my athlete, but whatever he does is whatever he does. That's fine. So that's the context of me being daddy coach there. Let's go back to last night in the heat. You remember the real feel from yesterday. Second at bat, he's walked the first time around. Okay, fine. He gets to 2 strikes. So I'm like, he may foul a couple off. He may ground out to the pitcher. He may look at the 3rd strike, which that makes me like, swing the bat. Don't get cheated. That was my main thing. Don't get cheated. Well, we're down, by the way, by 2 runs. Middle of the game. 2 strikes. The pitcher's pretty good, by the way, so I'm like, ugh. He doesn't get cheated, you all. He launches this pitch well over the center fielder's head. It was a rope. And when I mean it was a rope, I mean, as I've already explained who my kid is and how he's learning the game, it was the type of rope where the other coaches came up and shook my hand afterwards. It was a rope where his teammates were yelling his name. And they're saying, that was a laser, that was a rope. It was a hit where the other kids on the team who have played against him see him getting stronger, but, still trying to figure out the game. They're congratulating him. If he would have actually pulled the ball, he had a shot of getting it out of the park. He hit it far. On a rope, on a line. It just was a pretty hit. Everybody stoked. Me, again, as daddy coach and people that have coached their kids, you either celebrate everything your kid does on the bench, which you probably shouldn't do, or you celebrate nothing that they do. I remember my kid hitting a 3-pointer in 4th grade from NBA range. And I'm yelling as he's coming down and setting up his feet. Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot. What are you doing? Don't shoot. He makes a shot. The whole gym goes nuts because it was an impressive shot. The other coaches come up and give me a high five. I have my hands on my head like Steve Kerr after Steph Curry dribbled through 5 people and shot a shot off balance in 2015. I'm like, what are you doing, dude? For those of you that are sports people, you know what I'm referring to. So that's the feeling you usually go through as daddy coach, except for yesterday. Because everybody, including me uncharacteristically, was jacked. I gave a 2-fisted double pump, much like Howard Stern. Yeah! That's literally what I did. I probably sounded like Howard Stern, as a matter of fact. Again, go look that up. Killed his presidential campaign. Howard Stern? No, not Howard Stern. I'm forgetting the politician, but go look up the one that yelled and blew up his campaign in 2004. That said, base clearing double. I think might have even been 2 outs. Yes, there were 2 outs. So 2 strikes, 2 outs. We're down by 2. He hits this double. Everybody's impressed. I slip out a daddy coach moment and I get excited. And this is where I messed up. I messed up because the next batter committed an out. 3 outs, that's fine. Everybody's still stoked, including my son. And he was supposed to pitch the very next half inning. Now, you might say, what big deal is that? Well, before I go to traffic, I'm going to remind you that he's new to baseball. And what's harder than hitting a baseball? It's pitching a baseball. The mechanics, the delivery, the aim, trying not to hit a batter, everything else. I will go into how I failed as daddy coach to my beloved son after the traffic. So let me go ahead and go to traffic now. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Are there any people out there that are driving out there still as mommy coaches or daddy coaches, Logan?
It looks like there's quite a few, actually. It's lighting up on my maps, Lenny. But near the Squirrel Hill Tunnel area, there seems to be things causing delays, which is backing you up near South Oakland. The Parkway East as a whole is just slow right now through Oakland, but overall conditions improving in the other spots as the afternoon commute has come to an end. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join us for the Big K Morning Show Friday as we prepare for the 4th of July in the Berg. By the way, what are you making? You have any recipes to share with us? Michael Bartley. I'll be in for Larry Richard, the Big K Morning Show, Friday, 5:30 to 10 a.m.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss quick and easy meals to prepare. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Celebrate America's 250th with huge savings. I love this. From my friends at Coit during Coit's Red, White, and Renewed sale. I love this. Get $250 off any Coit cleaning service. Carpets, rugs, upholstery, draperies, and more. The special expires July 10th. Minimum service applies to qualify. Appointments are filling up quickly for this amazing $250 savings. So call Coit today. 1-800-FOR-COIT. Celebrate America's Save Big and get your home Coit clean for the summer.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Pros, save
Save more on what you need to get the job done right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit, now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Iron City Beer since 1861. Pittsburgh drinks Iron City.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here's a look at the top of the hour news with Pat. Pat, what's coming up next?
Well, Lenny, it's been another week of teen unrest in the city. We'll have the latest on that coming up. Also, medical experts are searching for the source of a parasitic illness identified in more than a dozen states. Details on those stories and more coming up at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Those financial disclosure forms released by President Trump this week are raising a lot of eyebrows. Not only did they show $1.4 billion made from his crypto and meme coin businesses, but also 21,000 stock trades made just last year, often tied to market events that he created, involving big companies that have business ties to the federal government. U.S. hiring hitting the brakes in June, just 57,000 new jobs added. The numbers for April and May revised lower by 74,000 jobs. On Wall Street, that had investors thinking the Federal Reserve won't have to raise interest rates when it meets later this week or maybe anytime soon. And with that, the Dow shot up 595 points, a more than 1% gain to a new all-time high. The Nasdaq lost 207 on continued weakness in chipmaker shares. The S&P was flat. And the USDA says more than a third of all food sold in the U.S. is thrown out because the sell-by labels on perishable goods make people think the food has gone bad when it hasn't. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Here's the beauty of being a dad. Everything you need to know. While I'm literally embarrassing one child of mine by telling this baseball story, there's another child of mine that is texting me during a commercial break saying, Howard Dean, you knucklehead, not Stern. He's the one with the curly hair and all the money, not the one that said, yeah, and lost all his money. Only a father. Mothers don't do that. Mommy coaches would not embarrass two kids with one fell stroke. But daddy coaches, dads, listen, there's a reason why Mother's Day, big deal. Father's Day, get them a tie. It's instances like this. So hat tip to the child that I embarrassed, but also corrected me because I couldn't think of the last name on the air. By the way, Howard Stern was married to a Pittsburgher, I do believe. At one point, I don't know if they're still married or not. I digress. That's not the reason why I said Howard Stern. I said Howard Stern because I was caught up in my story. So hat tip to one of those 5 children that I have that corrected me and said Howard Dean. He lives far enough away where he can still walk in public with his head held high and not have to own my mistake. Back to my story. So after this blast, which it was, legitimately a blast, to straightaway center field, a blast that prompted the other coaches to come up and shake my hand and say, we know how hard you've been working with your son. That was really, really great. That was a really great hit. Parents on the sidelines. Great job. Kid's name. You must be so proud. I mean, again, I get out of daddy coach mode because if I were coaching, I would have said, we tied the game. This kid's done something he's never done before, and I probably shouldn't put him in another situation to do something that, although I've seen him do well in practice, maybe I shouldn't press my luck right now. It's 100 degrees. We have no substitutions. There's only 9 kids here. We just tied the game over something that emotionally pumped everybody up and probably would be setting ourselves up for something that could be a letdown. If it were anybody else's kid, I probably, because if it was anybody else's kid, I'd have been excited and I still would have been in pocket as a coach and psychologically said, let me not do this. But as a daddy coach, I allowed myself just a moment to get out of pocket. And then when the inning was over, and literally was over with the next batter, it was a ground out. Another kid that doesn't usually get a lot of hits, but hit the ball well, and I was excited for both my son and this kid. But it was the bottom of the inning. It's hot. We're all excited. People are talking to me. And I had one plan stuck in my head, how to do a pitching order. It was the last game of the season before the playoffs. Win or lose doesn't matter. It's one of those leagues everybody makes the playoffs. Playoffs! So rather than using common sense and probably some insightful coaching, just understanding the psychology, let things calm down, I went with my initial plan. And I allowed a jazzed up kid who is growing into being a good pitcher. When he throws strikes, for 13, he throws pretty darn hard. And most kids don't really get bad on ball. He has to throw strikes. And again, pitching is all about mechanics. As I often joke, I wasn't exactly 6'4" in high school, but I threw hard. Why? Because as Sir Mix-a-Lot used to talk about in a song, I had a big butt. He wasn't talking about my butt. Thank goodness. But I had thick legs and I had great mechanics. So although I wasn't 6'4", I threw hard. Well, my kid has a nice build to be 13 years old. He's built better than I was. But he's learning the mechanics. So as a result, being hot, being jazzed up, everybody being jazzed up, I put him in a bad position. And I struggled with that for the rest of, the rest of the game, the drive home, the evening, this morning. And here I am having a therapy session with you about a baseball game that really doesn't matter to anybody except me and, the people that were there. I say all that because being a daddy coach and being a mommy coach, this is the thing you go through. I couldn't just appreciate that moment the way grandma might. Go, baby! That's my baby! And that's what she should do. When you're daddy coach, mommy coach, you don't get to do that. You're immediately trying to make sure they don't get thrown out of third. One of the things I had to do with him was make sure that he was using a legal bat. True story, you can use an illegal bat if you want to in certain leagues and you get called out for it and everything else. Had to make sure that didn't happen. And I told him at the house, now you see why I told you to switch your bat. Those are the things that a coach does. A coach also doesn't put a player in a bad situation. But a daddy coach gets caught up just enough to throw things off. And I felt really, really bad for my son for that. Because it was twofold. One, I threw everything off a little bit. I probably should have thought about it one extra second, and I would have made the move the other way. Number two, I didn't get a chance to really celebrate the move like I would have if I were just on the sideline. I had to jump right back into coaching. And then I was also the coach that had to pull him from the mound. It was like, okay, you don't have your control today. So it's like the same dad that was happy about the hit was the same dad, not the coach, the dad that had to take the ball from me on the mound and send me to another position to bring another pitcher in. That's those family moments you don't get to have as a daddy coach. When people see people volunteer to be a coach, they don't realize that's part of what you're giving up. You can't openly root for your kid, or you shouldn't. You can't openly overcoach your kid, or you shouldn't. You have 9 kids or 10 kids or 14 kids that are your kids for that season. And I've been coaching basketball for a while. I've done flag football before. That's just how it is. And it just played itself out in all the wildest of ways yesterday with I guess it was probably about 290, 300-foot shot. It was a shot. It wasn't a cheapie. But it also exemplified what volunteer coaching can be all about. But it was still exciting. After the news, I'll get into job reports. I'll get into the other thing first, the New York Post thing, because I have some things to say about that. Less about my writing, more about the intent of my writing. But I'll do the news first. Hour number 2 here on News Radio KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Get ready for summer fun at the Elwood City Summer Festival, July 3rd through the 5th. 3 days of live music, 35 food vendors, 100 crafters, 24 bands, and 1 incredible fireworks display on Sunday. Bring the family for great food, unique shopping, and a hometown celebration you won't forget. The biggest weekend of the summer, and it's happening at Ewing Park in Elwood City. It's the Elwood City Summer Festival, July 3rd through the 5th.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. Yikes! So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 93 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? TrustPJ.com. Well, it's been another week of teen unrest in the city. The Trib details 3 incidents that occurred just within the last 48 hours. First, police were dispatched to the Jack Stack swimming pool on Brighton Woods Road last night to disperse a large crowd leaving around closing time. Several juveniles reportedly began fighting as the crowd poured into the parking lot of the pool. An unidentified girl reportedly deployed pepper spray into the crowd. In a separate incident, police say they were called again to Brighton Heights last night when about 20 juveniles refused to leave a store in the 3800 block of Brighton Road. The juveniles left when police arrived. And then in the third incident, police say a group of juveniles entered a store this morning on Shady Sides Walnut Street. The group reportedly stole several $100s worth of merchandise before running away. No one was injured during these incidents, but 3 girls were arrested and 2 citations are pending. Pittsburgh police say they are ready for the city's Independence Day celebration, and unruly behavior will not be tolerated. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
City leaders say police, fire, and EMS have coordinated their plans to keep people safe. But Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams says even with months of planning, it's impossible to prepare for every situation.
And that's the behavior of individuals who might be in space. They have to be responsible for that. And what we are doing is preparing for that. Any type of nuisance, unruly behavior, criminal behavior will just not be tolerated from any individuals in the spaces that we are providing.
Officials also stress downtown is not a drop-off location. They're urging parents to attend the festivities with their children and remain together in a safe family environment. Tamara Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A 3-story building in Youngwood, Westmoreland County partially collapsed today. Firefighters were called to Depot Street between 3rd and 4th Streets around 3. Officials say the roof collapsed into the 2nd floor and the exterior walls were bowing out. The building has been empty for years. No one was hurt, but according to the Trib, a structural engineer is trying to determine if an emergency demolition is necessary, since 2 neighboring buildings on either side are within inches of the partially collapsed structure. The CDC is searching for the potential source of a parasitic illness identified in more than a dozen states. ABC's Yori Benejoud has more.
Over 300 people in Michigan have been infected with a parasitic intestinal illness that typically comes after consuming contaminated food or water. 17 other states are also reporting cases. It's known as cyclosporiasis, and those who experience symptoms typically report cramping, bloating, and most commonly watery diarrhea. Doctors say to reduce your risk, be sure to wash your hands and your produce. Yuri Benejad, ABC News, New York.
KDKA Sports out in Philadelphia today.
Swing fly ball fairly deep center field, carrying Crawford to the wall, leaps, and there it goes over the wall, a home run. Andy Rodriguez hits it out to left center, and the Pirates lead 4-1 in Philly.
And the Pirates ended up splitting that series with Philly 2-2 after today's 6-1 win for the Buccos. They're now on their way to D.C., where they will open a 3-game series against the Washington Nationals tomorrow night. First pitch, 6:45. KDKA radio news time is 7:04. It's sunny and 93 degrees in Pittsburgh. I'm Pat Septak. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a clear to partly cloudy sky tonight, it will be very warm and humid, a low of 76. Near record heat again tomorrow, partly sunny and humid with an afternoon thunderstorm at spots, high 97. And we still could have a thunderstorm on the 4th of July. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at progressive.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Now, the phone lines are open at 866-391-1020. But here's the so, case in point. I bring up daddy coach, mommy coach. Because, A, like I told you, I believe in equality. I don't just talk that talk, I walk that walk. Number 2, I have the life experience because I told you I grew up with a whole bunch of young ladies that became great women, but during the process of that were ballas. Ballas. For real, though. So I come out of the studio. Here's Logan. Logan was like, yeah, my mom was my coach. I just got done talking to her and my travel baseball coach. We were just talking about baseball stories. So I have to imagine, Logan, that there's got to be a mommy coach story in there somewhere or a coaching story in there somewhere that made you, when you were listening to this, go, oh, yeah, I forgot about that when I was 15. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that when I was 10. True or false?
Oh, yeah, true. Absolutely. I'm hearing you talk, and I'm thinking there's no way this is his topic today because I just got done having a 15-minute long texting discourse with my high school travel baseball coach about one of the most memorable days in my baseball career. Oh, and the fact that my mom was my baseball coach for a good portion of my life. So all this stuff is reminiscing through my brain, circumventing back through my mind, and I'm thinking back to the times that my mom was playing catch with me in the yard. My dad did too, but my dad was working usually pretty late, so my mom coached my baseball teams. By the way, was an exceptional, like you said, there's a lot of women athletes out there that are great softball players. They're ballers. They're ballers. And my mom was a baller. From what I've heard, she played shortstop at Slippery Rock High School, so she taught me everything I knew. I became a shortstop. I'm not going to give you my whole life story and go on and on here, although I could because I think it's great. There, you have the dugout moms. You might have a dugout dad, but you have the dugout moms primarily. My mom, she did the dugout mom stuff, but she also was the third base coach. She was the pitching coach.
First of all, I don't know if you realize this or not, but we're here until 10, so you got time. Number two, I got to ask you this question. The question is, so let's say you kicked a ball at shortstop and a routine 6-3 ended up being an E6. Was your mom the kind that said, it's okay, honey, good job, just keep your head down? Or was she the kind of gave you a look every now and then when she was like, you know better than making that mistake, don't do that again? What kind of mommy coach was she?
Geez, well, I could really give you two different answers here. I could take the low blow answer and say that I never made an error, but I definitely did. I definitely kicked around my fair share. So whenever I did, I mean, she was always supportive. She never got on me too hard. And when we would get in the car after the games, I hear a lot of stories about people saying, oh, well, my dad was so mad at me and whatever, and it's getting in my head. My mom was never that type of coach. But there were some times that I'd look through the fence of the dugout and I'd see her face and it would be like, oh, come on, Logue, you got to make that play. So you'd have that. It was a good mixed bag there.
Okay.
Needless to say, to continue my story here, and I really have a endless number of stories. I can't really pick just one. I could sit here and give you a million of them, but to pick one, and this is a particular time in my high school time frame, probably about 6 or 7 years ago at this point, where it doesn't seem like it was that long ago, but it really is. And anyway, yesterday I released my first column at The Fan. I was writing about the Pirates, so I sent it to my baseball coach. Haven't talked to him in a while.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Or as they say at The Fan, congratulations on all your success.
Yeah, congratulations on all of your success.
Am I allowed to do that without having to pay a royalty to those two guys over there?
I actually love that. Like, I've adopted that as one of my own phrases. I think they should put a trademark on it, though, because they use it all the time.
You know what they should do?
What should they do?
And you can clip this, and you can send it to them, and you can tell them to give us part of the royalties. They should put it on a freaking T-shirt and sell it for charity.
They really should.
If they put it on a T-shirt, Pony and Muller, you should take the phrase, congratulations on all your success. You should put it on a T-shirt and then take part of the proceeds. You can have some because you got kids, but give some to your family, but then take some of the proceeds and give it to a favorite charity. They would make buku. I will buy the first T-shirt. I will tell you that right now. I may not buy the first one because I got kids, but I will buy one of the first T-shirts. How about that?
If you bought the first one, I'm buying the second one.
Okay, so they should do that. First of all,
I'll co-sign it right now.
Logan, they don't listen to us at KDK because they're the muckety mucks. They're the sports guys. They're the ones that are the big kahuna personalities. There's like Larry Richard and Marty Griffin and Colin here, and then there's the rest of us kind of picking up the scraps. But then over there at the Fan, they're all just like Bob Pompianis and Pony and Muller. I mean, so they can do that. So they may not listen to us. I don't know. But every now and then, some of us schlups have a good idea. And I think this is a good idea because, number one, they're wonderful people. Number two, that's one heck of a slogan. And number three, Logan, we got to get back to your story. And number three, I think they could raise money for a good cause. They could pick the cause, but I think it would definitely do that.
Well, between that and nipple piercings, I think that Pony's much better off taking that route.
Yes, he is, and some of the other dares. So, that said, we have done our good deed for humanity today. Get back to your story, kind sir.
Okay, and unfortunately, this is a terribly long story, but I'm going to try to give you the Cliff Notes version.
Well, no, we don't want the Cliff Notes.
All right, we'll do the whole thing then.
So what we're going to do is this, because this is radio. This is something we did learn from the people at the Fan and all the muckety-mucks here at News Radio KDK. What we're going to do, Logan, is we're going to do a radio tease.
I was thinking the same thing.
We're going to lengthen this and talk about how, the good thing about baseball stories, which are different than football stories and basketball stories and hockey stories and soccer stories. So you got to understand, people don't realize that before a pitch clock, baseball was the type of sport where you were expected to sit there for 3 hours. You were expected to have conversations on the field, in the dugout, in the stands, in the booth. Commentators made their money because they were storytellers between pitches. I mean, the great ones, as you well know, Logan, would sit there and say, and back in 1976, when the Reds were down and, they were down 5-1 to the Pirates in Game 4 of the NLCS, and that's strike 2 by Bruce Keeson right there. And they would just keep going. It was like they would throw, and by the way, Stargers hit a double, but there's nobody on and there's 2 out. And then it would go back to the story.
I know, and they do such a great job at, eloquently finding the balance with it. Joe Block is the best at that. Him and Kevin Young or whoever is his Keller announcer for the day, they are absolutely phenomenal at being able to find the right mix of play-by-play and storytelling. And Steve Blass was really the best at storytelling.
Blass was good at that. Vince Scully for the Dodgers was good at that, and then he would do the games of the week for NBC back in the day with Joe Galagiola, and they would do that, and then they would also give the color commentary to what's going on there. But the point is, you see how we did this with the radio teams. The point is, baseball allows you to tell lengthy stories and keep you interested in a way that football doesn't. It's like, okay, and so back then Walter Payton went in and jumped over everybody, then he was tackled. And then they went back to the huddle when it was second down. Where baseball is like, okay, then what happened? Then he tried to steal, and then Vince Coleman, and da-da-da-da-da. And then they got, it's a brushback pitch. And then, you got to remember the brushback pitch from 2 weeks ago when the Mets were in St. Louis, and they didn't like John Tudor hitting Gooden. And so this is why Gooden went up and in on Keith Hernandez. But, Keith Hernandez is now with the Mets. And all that stuff.
All the details matter.
Bingo. You can't really do that with football because you only play people twice a year. There's story arcs with the Steelers and the Ravens. But you can have a story arc with like the Pirates and the Brewers for a couple of years based on a brushback pitch when the Pirates were up and coming and the Brewers were at the top of the division. And there's always that in baseball. Now, Logan, do I get a little bit of extra credit for lengthening our radio tee so that when we come back, we can get back into your story?
The transition was flawless. If I had to grade it on a scale of 1 to 10, it would be an 11.
Please make sure you tell station leadership that. But do that.
Oh, I will.
Do that after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance, only paying for what you need. Playing down a man for the final half hour, the United States survived the round of 32 test against Bosnia and Herzegovina, winning 2-0 thanks to a free kick goal by Malik Tillman in the 82nd minute. It's the USA's first World Cup win over a European side, and also their first knockout round win at all since 2002. They'll face Belgium in the round of 16. I'm Mike Conti.
Use less and earn more this summer with Duquesne Light Company. Join Peak Saver Rewards and earn rewards by using less electricity during short summer events. These events happen only a few times each summer, last just a few hours, and DLC will notify you in advance. During an event, turn down air conditioning, wait to use big appliances, and earn about $5 during each event from June to September. Visit DuquesneLight.com/peaksaver to enroll today. Alex Goen patented hypnosis. Stop smoking, no cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. In town July 23rd. Sign up at alexgoen.com. That's alexgoen.com.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
I'm with Joe Potachnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, Logan, before we go to the news at the bottom of the hour, please continue your story.
Sounds good, Lenny. So I was thinking about this during the break, how I was going to articulate or illustrate the way that I was going to go about this. And the best radio tease I can give you on how to paint the picture in your mind for the rest of this story is my high school baseball team in travel. We didn't win a whole lot. Like, we were the Bad News Bears. We were awful.
Uh-oh.
But this specific tournament, this specific time, we weren't the Bad News Bears. Like, we were good.
You were
this specific tournament.
You were the Bad News Bears at the end of the original Bad News Bears movie.
We made the Bad News Bears look good. That's how, I mean, that, and
so you haven't
comparably speaking to these other teams.
Have you seen the original Bad News Bears?
I have, yeah.
Okay, so at the end of that movie from the 1970s, they all kind of put it together and played really well, but still lost. But they played well that last game.
And that is exactly
okay. I got the image. I'm locked in. Go ahead.
So, never won a championship up until this point. As you know, being a guy that's around the game of baseball, played it growing up, baseball, it comes in all different shapes and sizes. This particular game, it was the most obscure, random shape of a baseball game I've ever seen. It'll never be able to be made up ever again. So I mentioned I reached out to my former coach at the time.
Yep.
And I just reached out to him. And the first thing, like, this story is still so stuck in everybody's minds that one of the first things he says back to me, and I'll read you what his text actually was. He said, I haven't read your column yet, but I'll get to it. Miss you guys like you're my kids. We sure did have a lot of fun. He said, please remind me real quick of that Smethport story. First of all, it was a Memorial Day tournament.
Okay.
So it's this Memorial Day tournament. Everybody's looking forward to it. You know, the camaraderie between everybody. They stay overnight in the hotels.
Yep.
You're playing hotel tag. We're having fun. We make it to the semifinal of this tournament. And how this worked out, this early morning Saturday game we have, which is where we're at in the story, is you either have to win the game to get to the championship, or because of what went on in the pool rounds of this tournament, you have to find a way to have the other team lose. So there was one team that was fighting to get into the last championship spot, or us. We either needed them to lose, because I explained that poorly the first time around. We either needed this other team to lose, or we needed to win.
Yes.
One of those two scenarios. So that's understood. We lost, and the other team lost. Crazy enough, the tournament director walks up to my baseball coach, and he's like, hey, actually, you guys aren't going to the championship game after all this. Like, we think we're going to the championship game. We're totally locked in. Like, everybody's super excited. And I'm like, I'm finally going to get a chance to play in the championship game. Like, this is awesome. I'm playing a great tournament. I have multiple hits in a lot of the games. And the tournament director's like, no, you guys actually are going home. And I honestly can't remember the exact reason why. They gave some type of run differential.
Run differential. Yes, exactly.
Like, the tournament directors, they have the list of like 12 different things in order of tiebreakers.
And his cousin. But I won't get into that. I wasn't there.
And it's terrible. It really is. It's just terrible.
I've gone through that before, but we won't go into that either. Continue your story.
Yeah, and everybody gets heated. You know how it goes. It's a whole process. So from there, my coach is talking to the tournament director. They actually find out that this team that we needed to lose, they were going to put inevitably into the championship game after they shouldn't have been there. We find out that they were cheating. And so it adds a whole other layer. They were cheating.
How were they cheating?
They actually brought in some kid that wasn't listed on their roster. And
Ringers!
Yep. Like, a 30-year-old coach is bringing in a 16-year-old kid that's not even on his team because they're tournament hunting. Like, it's just classic tournament baseball. So it was interesting. Anyways, we end up in the championship game somehow, some way, because my coach, talked the tournament director into it. So we deserve to be there. We still deserve to be there. But that's how that went. And I wrap this back into my mom because she's at every one of my games. We listen to the same pump-up music in the car. I don't know if you're familiar with the song Till I Collapse by Eminem.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Yeah, we're huge Eminem fans.
Logan. I started out my political career as a hip-hop Republican. How dare you ask me that question?
I know,
Continue.
that's very undermining of your intelligence.
And my branding, by the way. I've worked on this.
I know.
Give an old guy some credit.
That's terrible. That's terrible of me. But if there was, walk-up music at that time, we were too young for that. That probably would have been my walk-up song. But my mom was with me pretty much for every single game, driving to practices, driving to games. Same thing for you, I'm sure, with your sons. And we get to the championship game. We get out. I'm in the lineup. I'm playing shortstop. I have 3 or 4 hits going into the last inning. And now you have to understand the backdrop of this, which is we are playing arguably the best team my team's ever played. Like, just the best. They just were. They were that good. They were called the Erie Steelheads. And my coach texted me today, and he said to remind me of the Smethport story. So just as I'm illustrating this to you, I was illustrating it to him. And we're at the point in the story now where one of my friends, his nickname's Scoob. His real name's Alex Caldwell.
Okay.
And
so you name-checked him. This better be a good story for him. One, we're going to commercial break. And number 2, this better be a good story for him because you literally name-checked him on News Radio KDK. So this is good for him, right?
Yeah, he says that he has to get pulled. He says that he has to come out of the game. My coach says, who are we going to put in the game? Because everybody else was at their pitch limit for the week. And I said, I can pitch. I go in, and I just have a disaster class of a performance. Like, complete, just a terrible performance on the mound. I had 4 hits that day. 5 RBIs. Like, we were up by 6 runs. I end up blowing the game. I end up losing the game. And I'm looking out in center field, and my mom is pacing back and forth in center field because...
Mommy coach! Mommy coach!
Yep, mommy coach moment.
Because she wants to help you, but she can't. She's trying to be a parent, but she wants to coach you through the mechanics. You're at a point... How old were you, by the way?
Like 16 or 17.
Oh, my gosh. You're at an age where it's like, I can't say anything because I'm going to embarrass him, but yet my heart is breaking because I know how hard he has worked on this, and he's had a great game to this point of time, and please, somebody stop this.
Yep, and like you said, for your kid, and hitting a baseball is hard, pitching a baseball is even harder.
Yes.
That's where it all ties in. We never won a championship. But I can resonate that moment with the moment that you and your son had.
Logan, I appreciate your story because that's exactly what it was like. And you're like, okay, at least for, and here's the thing that was struggling for me, and then I go to Pat with news. I literally was sitting there saying, I just had a kid that struggled at the beginning of the game. And I looked at my assistant coach and I said, do I keep him in or do I give him a chance to work out of it? The decision I made was to let that first kid work out of it. He eventually did work out of it. So now I'm faced with the same decision. After this kid has the hit of his life.
It's so hard.
And so I'm going, okay, do I let my kid work out of it because he just had the hit of his life? Maybe it'll lock in. Or do I take him out now? And I waited, and then I realized, crap. One, I should have taken him out sooner. Two, I shouldn't have even put him in this position in the first place because he was too jacked up. The whole place was too jacked up. So, yeah, those moments where you're both parent and coach, and your mother wasn't coaching you, but she was still a coach because she's a coach. And so once you start coaching your kid, you're always coaching your kid. So it is good to know, and I know out there at 866-391-1020 that there is kindred out there as well. If you want to share that story, go right ahead. I will go into politics after I go into the news here on News Radio KDKA.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 92 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Pat Septak. Pittsburgh police are adding new technology for this year's 4th of July celebration. News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush has the details.
As thousands are expected to gather downtown for Independence Day festivities, Pittsburgh police say they'll have officers stationed throughout the area, seen on foot, bike, and horseback. Police Chief Jason Lando says this year's plan also includes a new addition that will give officers another view from above.
Our drones allow us to identify issues, respond faster, and keep people safe, especially with large crowds during special events.
Lando says the city isn't adding any new restrictions on recreational drones, but operators must follow FAA rules, including temporary flight restrictions over Point State Park and the North Shore. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
A man was crushed by a bus this morning in New Florence, Westmoreland County. It happened just after 9:30 a.m. at a business on 13th Street. The victim was a mechanic identified by the coroner as Barry Barker of Ligonier. Barker was working on a bus when it rolled on top of him, killing the man. We have an update now on the oil leak at the Lovedale stockpile. KDKA Radio has learned the truck that spilled 1,000 gallons of D3 oil from a tanker that runs into Wiley Run and into the Mon River was a PennDOT truck. PennDOT telling us that once the spill was identified, they immediately engaged both the DEP and a specialty hazmat contractor for cleanup, which is still underway. The Pennsylvania Fish and Boat Commission is also engaged and will continue to investigate the impacts to Wiley Run. The commission describes the number of dead fish as significant. In sports, earlier today in Philadelphia.
Swinging a fly ball deep left field. Marsh warning track, sizing it up, and there it goes. Home run, Nick Gonzalez. He leads off the ninth with a home run to left. And the Pirates are up 6-1 in Philly.
And with today's 6-1 win over the Phillies, the Pirates are back at 500, taking 2 out of 4 in that series. Next up for the Bucks, they open a 3-game series in Washington, D.C. tomorrow night, 6:45 first pitch. KDKA Radio News time is 7:32. Our next update at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com,
an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-909-9696. 800-909-9696.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of feller who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah! Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be very warm and muggy under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 76. Partly sunny, very hot and humid tomorrow with a thunderstorm in spots at the afternoon, high 97, and still near 90 on the 4th of July with a chance for a thunderstorm. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Join us for the Big K Morning Show Friday as we prepare for the 4th of July in the Berg. By the way, what are you making? You have any recipes to share with us? Michael Bartley. I'll be in for Larry Richard, the Big K Morning Show, Friday, 5:30 to 10 a.m.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, right, let me get to these phone lines, 866-391-1020. Now that I apologized to my son and shared how much I do love coaching my kids, but also, go through that sometimes. I did that, by the way, not so much with the oldest son. I did that a little bit with the oldest overall when she ran track way back when. But that was for a brief season. And with the second son, I coached him long enough where I went through some of those highs and lows as well. There are times where I would watch him, miss layups, and I'm like, I've seen you make that 100 times. What are you doing? And then there's other times, the little secret, and I'm going to get to Dick and Dayton in just a second. Basketball, we would work on shots. He'd get better. I'm like, look, we're going to get in this game, and you're going to make these shots, and everybody's going to look around. I said, there's only going to be 2 people in the gym that aren't going to be shocked. And I'd say, who are those 2 people going to be, son? He'd be like, you and me. I'm like, yeah, you and me. So when he would do those things, people would be shocked, and I would just kind of look at him. He'd just look at me. And that was a cool sensation because I saw the work. Now, I'm seeing the work with the other one, too. It's just we're still earlier in the process. But being that parent coach, it's just a different experience. It's fun. It's memory-making. It's headache-inducing. But it's also memory-making. And the headaches, they subside. They're small. They're insignificant. The memories truly are forever. 866-391-1020. Dick and Dayton, you're on KDKA.
Hey, Liddy, how you doing, buddy?
I am doing well, child of God. How are you?
I'm good. I enjoyed your story. Well,
Thank you.
That was good. That was good. I was in college when I went going for my degree, and I belonged to a club then. And every Saturday and Sunday, we would have a game. Oh, it was over a place, and I played catcher once, and I played the outfield, and I was usually I always hit those real long drive things on the second strike, like a 3-2, and we'd win some games, we'd lose, but it was a lot of fun. Then my cousin Carla, she was a big, with Indians fan because she lives up there, and when we had to, get together with the family, we would spend about an hour or go down to one of the parks, and we would play a game like 6 or 7 innings. But I remember so I played first base, but I enjoyed it. It's pretty nice.
That is fun, man. I'm glad I was able to induce a memory for you. I'm sure others had memories induced. They didn't want to, indict themselves by calling into 866-391-1020. But I appreciate you having the courage to do so, Dick, because we all have those type of stories, don't we? Especially summertime.
And summertime, yeah. It's not, and I play a lot. I used to play. Did you like volleyball?
I used to play a little bit of volleyball. I have not that much. I have a kiddo in my life, not one of my kiddos, but like an adjacent kiddo that is becoming a force in volleyball. And I know another guy. By the way, a little unknown secret. But I'll make it a secret. I guess it's going to be a known secret now. But Attorney Blaine Jones, who is very prominent in the Pittsburgh region, and actually I think he is able to practice in Ohio as well as here, obviously, throughout Pennsylvania. His son is a phenomenal volleyball player for Penn State. And I got to watch that journey where, again, he wasn't so much daddy coach, even though Blaine played soccer in college, and his mom is a Hall of Fame volleyball player. So the kid that's at Penn State now, his mom was a Hall of Fame volleyball player in college. Dad was like a all-section, if not all-American soccer player. I think he was all-American, actually. Soccer player in college. So this kid grew up and just became a phenomenal athlete. But, again, to see the stories about, the 9-year-old, the 10-year-old, the 11-year-old travel, that, and the other, it was really cool. So I got to live my volleyball through people like that, but not through my own exploits.
Well, you have a good day, okay?
You take care of yourself, and God bless. Happy 4th, all right?
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Dick is always wonderful to talk to. Always wonderful to talk to. That's the thing. I will get into the other half of what I said I wanted to talk about. But if nothing, I proved my point, which is, I'm really excited about what appeared in the New York Post. I really, really am, and I will talk about it. And there's it's one of those things where if you don't talk about it, then people are like, either he thinks it's just an everyday occurrence and he doesn't take it seriously, or it's not a big deal, so I shouldn't take it seriously. If I bring it up, then it's like, this dude just loves talking about himself. And I'm sure there's somebody on social media right now that's saying, I can't believe Lenny McAllister spent a whole hour and a half talking about his kid's baseball game, and now he wants to talk about his article. That dude's so self-absorbed. Part of it is being a radio host, you're supposed to share stories, humanizing stories. Everybody has a kid that plays sports. Many of you have had to be the volunteer coach. I'm sharing my experience. Come on now. Flip side is, just as much as that's a humanizing story where a lot of people have done that, I'm not trying to sound braggadocious when I say this, but I'm going to be very direct. How many of you got published in the New York Post for America 250, a newspaper that was started by one of the founding fathers of the country that we're celebrating this weekend? You should take a little bit of pride in the fact that you, whether it's through 866-391-1020 or just interacting at the grocery store or just being part of the southwestern Pennsylvania culture that we all are, that you had a part in that directly or indirectly, because I had a chance to do that. And I'm sharing that. There's a lot that comes with being part of that. So ideally, there's not somebody hating on social media or otherwise. But I say all that to say this. If you really want to know, as a child of God, what's more important to me in my heart, watching something like that with my son and being part of that, or seeing my name in print in a pretty cool way, sorry, I'm a dad first. I understand the platforms that I have. I understand that the obligations that I have with those platforms. I understand what I should be doing, and I will talk about the article because I think that, in fact, I don't even think that. I know that I was using the platform for all the right reasons, to be a force for good. I will talk about what the article says. And by the way, here's a little bit of homework you can do during the commercial break. Go look up New York Post Lenny McAllister, and you will see the article. It should come up. The point about the article is it talks about civil discourse. It talks about patriotism during times of conflict. And I will dive into that. That is important to me. But just like everybody else, family matters. No pun intended about the TV show back in the day, even though that was a cool show too. Did I say that? That's an easy pop culture bingo reference. You don't get to call in on that one. Even if you call in with the Oracle voice, you still don't get points. It's cool to be able to have both of those experiences in 24 hours. It's uncommon. You might even say that it's almost like a Venn diagram of one. Oh, wait, that was intentional. I'm being silly with you all out there now. But the point is, all of it's part of life. And it's cool to share that with you. So follow along for just a little bit. In the meanwhile, if you want to interject, if you want to contribute, 866-391-1020. I'm going to talk about the article and why it matters to you, why you should read it, and why you should ideally ingest the meaning of what I wrote, and maybe we can apply it moving forward. And then eventually I will get into the job numbers, because look, those job numbers stink. Anybody tells you that they don't stink, they're lying to you. And for those job numbers to come out on the heels of the other report that came out today, Lucy has some explaining to do. I'll explain to you who Lucy is, too. If you are following along, you know exactly who Lucy is in this instance. But I'll do that after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ryan Shalaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. More than 1,000 local homeowners have trusted us to sell their home the simple way. No hassles or fees, just a fair and easy sale. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for a cash offer today. That's 412-500-9057.
It's another gigantic two-day sale today and tomorrow, Thursday, July 2nd and Friday, July 3rd at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, Sugardale Jumbo Hot Dogs, 3-pound package, $3.88 each. In the produce department, selected varieties of Olipop Soda, 12-ounce cans, $1.79 each. In the deli, Rotelli Pasta Salad, $2.50 a pound, and stock up on these. Selected varieties of Blue Bunny Bomb Pops, 12-count package, $1.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi? For what?
Better not to know.
Get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in your price for 5 years and see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look at the top of the hour news with Pat. Pat, what's coming up at 8 o'clock?
Well, I'll tell you what, Lenny, it is a hot start to the 4th of July weekend, and we'll tell you what Pittsburgh officials are doing to help people beat the heat. That and more coming up at the top of the hour here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Amazon Business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience, paired with delivery options built for business. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Are you smarter than an anchor man? And we have Joe from Penn Hills as a lifeline for me. Joe, what do you like? A, B, C?
Oh, I like the Super Mario. Is that A?
I'm going with you, Joe. You're my lifeline.
The answer was B, Incredibles 2.
Come on, Joe.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so like I said, I will get into the job numbers. It is a laptop Thursday, even though it's not a sushi Thursday. I still owe Logan a sushi Thursday. I should have thought about we could have put it in the refrigerator. I could have put my half in the refrigerator. I will do. I got you. You're not going to get cheated out of sushi Thursday, but you do get laptop Thursday, which is good. Which is different than laptop Sunday, which I usually give for the job numbers when they come out on a Friday. But considering the holiday is a Friday, they brought the job numbers out today. They don't be good. So I will get to those in a second. You can chime in with them if you want at 866-391-1020 and preempt me if you'd like. I want to get into my article because, one, I teased the top of the show with there are two things that happened to me over the last 24 hours. One was the NY Post. One was a blast. I talked about what was more important to me, which was the blast. Now, that doesn't mean that this other item is not important. So I had shared with my colleagues here at News Radio KDKA that this article was coming out. New York Post, it's the commemorative edition of the Post. So this is more than just I had an article in the New York Post. There are select authors and writers that were picked to write about different things about America 250 and the third largest daily circulation in the United States. What they did, and yeah, I think it's pretty cool. This is really cool for my kids and my grandkids and to be a kid from Pittsburgh, Penn Hills. And look, I'm just going to be honest with you. I am aware that when I do stuff like this, it is so much more than about my name and in this instance, my face in the New York Post. Number one, I'm going to break it down before I even get into the article. Because I know some of you are like, he likes talking about himself a lot when he does things. It's more than just about me. It's a lot more than about me. In fact, I am so far down on the list, it's unreal. First of all, go look it up. If you want to look up Wikipedia, whatever. I'm a junior. It's not even my name. Somebody else gave their name to me. It's not even my name by myself. So the first thing I represent when I have that name is my dad's name, then the family name, which includes my late mother, who's been gone for 20 years. It includes my grandmother, who raised 12 kids during World War II by herself after a while. It includes family and friends. It includes a very revered pastor that passed away several years ago from this region. Then it goes into my wife, who I represent, my kids, who I take care of and I represent. It goes into every kid that I've ever coached, every organization I've ever volunteered for. It goes into 3 different regions, 2 different high schools, St. Bart's University, and my college. Every time I do something, I am intently aware that I represent all of those things. So when I have something like this, I'm representing all that. Then there are other things that are indirectly tied to me, even though they are directly tied to me. I am a black kid from Penn Hills. Everybody's complaining about teen takeovers. We're complaining about violence in Penn Hills and in Pittsburgh and in Rankin and in Wilkinsburg and in Duquesne. Different parts of the city of Pittsburgh. It is good for the kids that are in these disadvantaged neighborhoods in a city that, generally speaking, hasn't been kind to kids that look like them, to see an example of doing something better coming from the same exact communities they came from. I'm aware of that. I am aware that I can do something, write something, say something, or do something, serve in different ways to help turn that around in a very unique way. There's not a lot of people that have my background. Not a lot of people that have my approach. Not a lot of people that have my communication skills. Not a lot of people that have my level of both regular IQ and intelligence quotient, if you will, or emotional IQ, or cultural IQ. Not a lot of people that can talk to all of you all at 866-391-1020, whether you're calling from Mount Pleasant or Homewood. So when these things happen and I talk about them, one, I know I need to talk about them in a very specific way because I can either be part of the solution or continue to put accelerant on this dumpster fire of society that we're going through right now. Which goes to what I wrote about, which the headline is Civil Discourse. With this huge picture of the most photographed man in the 19th century. And no, it's not Abraham Lincoln. And it's not me either, obviously. But it does talk about Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, who's the answer to that question in regards to who was the most photographed man in the 19th century. But other patriots, men and women, white and black, rich and powerful and former slaves and impoverished. And I use that to talk about what we can get through today to make a better way moving forward. And I understand that as I talk from that perspective, all those communities, including you out there, because we're neighbors, I still represent you. I still want the best for you. And this is one way of serving you. And whatever door God opens for me to serve in other ways, I'll do. But on July 2nd, this is one of them. So I want to get into it after the break. You want to go look at the article? In the meanwhile, do that. Call in 866-391-1020. I'm going to dive into some of the themes as to why I wrote this article. Then I will get into the job numbers. But I'm going to the news first here on News Radio KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Celebrate America's 250th with huge savings. I love this. From my friends at Coit during Coit's Red, White, and Renewed sale. I love this. Get $250 off any Coit cleaning service. Carpets, rugs, upholstery, draperies, and more. The special expires July 10th. Minimum service applies to qualify. Appointments are filling up quickly for this amazing $250 savings. So call Coit today. 1-800-FOR-COIT. Celebrate America's Save Big and get your home Coit clean for the summer.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 92 degrees under sunny skies at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. It's a hot start to the 4th of July holiday weekend in Pittsburgh, with officials urging people downtown and on the North Shore to stay cool. EMS Chief Amara Gilchrist says extra crews will be stationed across the city to respond quickly if needed, and the Pittsburgh Pirates are also helping fans beat the heat.
City Parks and EMA will provide water buffalo stations, misting stations, and free cooling towels will be provided by the courtesy of the Pittsburgh Pirates. These cooling resources will be clearly identified throughout the footprint of the events.
Gilchrist also encourages people to stay hydrated, watch for signs of heat-related illness, and call 911 immediately if someone needs emergency medical care. The heat is not just taxing for humans. Your fur babies can also struggle when the temperatures soar. ABC's Michelle Franzen has more.
Extreme heat poses a real threat for pets. Dogs and cats' normal temperatures run higher than humans, so heat exhaustion and heat stroke can occur quickly. Veterinarian Adam Kreisman says pet owners can take precautions to avoid pets from overheating, like avoiding middle-of-the-day activity when temperatures are at their worst.
Either early in the morning if you can, or later in the evening, again, to that asphalt and with that heavy heat that's out there.
The American Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals recommends plenty of water and never leave a pet inside a parked car. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
A reminder, the 4th of July will mean flight restrictions. More from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
The temporary flight restrictions covering drones around Point State Park in the North Shore, and it covers 1 nautical mile in each direction. The FBI says it, state police, and the FAA will closely monitor any drones flying in that area. The FBI says any unauthorized drones will be deemed a potential national security risk, and the violators may have their craft intercepted, and they may be questioned by authorities, facing potential civil and criminal penalties. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Since tomorrow is a federal holiday, many people have been getting a head start on trips out of town today. AAA says this is the busiest day on the roads and in the airports for the 4th of July travel period. The Motor Club's Jim Garrity says if your car battery is 2 to 3 years old, it's a good idea to get it tested during this kind of weather.
It's the sun that does the damage to the battery. It's the cold winter morning that's the nail in the coffin, but you don't want to be stranded at the side of the road. We're expecting hundreds of thousands of people are going to need AAA assistance over the weekend.
Meanwhile, a Princess cruise ship has undergone cleaning and disinfection after a norovirus outbreak on board. This is ABC's Alex Stone.
Princess Cruises says some guests and crew on a 20-day voyage from San Francisco to Alaska came down with norovirus. The CDC says 102 of the over 3,000 guests and 23 of the 1,100 crew reported being infected. They had diarrhea and vomiting. Princess says its Ruby Princess ship docked in San Francisco on Thursday morning as scheduled and underwent a comprehensive cleaning and disinfection before its scheduled afternoon departure from San Francisco. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Large black sport utility vehicles have been spotted driving into a tented area outside of Madison Square Garden as festivities for what's being called Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding are getting underway. The main event is allegedly Friday night. ABC's Morgan Norwood has more.
After days of secrecy, the 2-day wedding celebration for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce kicking off at Madison Square Garden, starting with a rehearsal dinner for 100 guests. The arena under tight security, an NYPD sniper team arriving and setting up on the roof.
In sports, out in Philadelphia today.
Swing fly ball fairly deep center field, carrying Crawford to the wall, leaps, and there it goes, over the wall, a home run. Andy Rodriguez hits it out to left center, and the Pirates lead 4-1 in Philly.
And the Pirates ended up splitting their series with Philly 2-2 after today's 6-1 win for the Buccos. They're now on their way to D.C. where they'll open up a 3-game series against the Washington Nationals tomorrow night. First pitch 6:45. KDKA Radio News Time is 8:04. The AccuWeather forecast is next. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
It's back and right where it belongs, downtown Pittsburgh in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Be prepared with CHIP, free or low-cost healthcare for Pennsylvania kids and teens. From checkups to unexpected bumps and bruises and everything in between, CHIP has you covered. Don't wait until you need it. Be prepared with CHIP. Because every kid deserves quality health care and every parent deserves peace of mind knowing their kids are covered. CHIP. Free or low-cost health care for kids and teens under age 19. Learn more at chipcoverspakids.com.
Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a clear to partly cloudy sky tonight, it will be very warm and humid, a low of 76. Near record heat again tomorrow, partly sunny and humid with an afternoon thunderstorm at spots, high 97. And we still could have a thunderstorm on the 4th of July. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. Hour number 3, Lenny McAllister filling in for Michael Bartley. Michael Bartley will be filling in for Larry Richard. Lenny McAllister, that would be me, would then be filling in for Marty Griffin tomorrow because that's just kind of how we do during the holiday season. Happy 4th of July weekend. Stay cool. Stay hydrated. Happy America 250. Now, with that said, let me go to what I was talking about with the America 250. And again, I had to lay out the legacy a little bit of what I think about when I do these things. And I say this too, and I'm sure there are some people that will say, man, this is being awful arrogant. And I'm not trying to be. I'm trying to be truthful. And I know for some of you out there, when certain types of people say truthful things, it's seen as being arrogant and, dare I say, even uppity. Just to kind of give a code word, I understand some of you. Not most of you, some of you. Here's also the real. I know that as an African-American man, there are certain things that can be articulated, need to be articulated, but you have to be very tactful in articulating it, and ideally you're hopeful when you're doing it. You're being aspirational. So that kind of gets to the article in the New York Post. July 2nd, it's part of their commemorative edition, their insert. So you have their regular edition, which ironically enough and really cool, the headline talks about the American World Cup team advancing to the round of 16. I will be talking about that on Sunday for much of the day during my show. But that's on the cover. You go into the middle of the New York Post, and there's a commemorative insert that says, Happy Birthday, America. Has the Statue of Liberty there, and then there are different original pieces that several of us wrote in regards to different portions of America. Mine talks about civil discourse. War tore the country apart, but two men's words still unite us. And it starts off talking about Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln and how the resonance of their words and their lives, second act Americans. And again, I talk about second act Americans a lot in a Venn diagram of one, my book, which, by the way, is part of the tagline of the article. Talks about it will be published. Frederick Douglass Books, which is just distributed by Simon & Schuster. It will come out in August. You can pre-order it now if you want. Go to Barnes & Noble and other places. The significance of the article to me is this. And I'll probably talk a little bit more about this tomorrow when I'm on with Marty, or when I'm on for Marty, I should say. Everybody, particularly with the job numbers, particularly with the other report, particularly with the interview on CNBC, I'll get into all that later on. Everybody is looking for a solution that's going to reunite the country, make living in this country more affordable, and make living in this country more enjoyable. Now, what's ironic is you see a bunch of articles coming out from people that have come over here for the World Cup, and they're saying, Europeans, Australians, Asians, hey, America's pretty cool.
I don't know why everybody hates it so much. I was told it was going to be dirty. I was told it was going to be filthy. I was told people are going to be really nasty and mean. I kind of like it here. Yeah, so do we. That's why we're trying to preserve it. That's why we're trying to stop the bickering. That's why we're trying to, control everything from tax rates to extra constitutional maneuvers by everybody from local government officials to governors to presidents. It's worth saving, which is part of what I was writing. What I wrote in this piece, I was trying to explain that during one of the most difficult portions of our lives, civically as a nation of 250 years, there were still examples of solemn patriotism that appreciated the gravity of the moment, but still made significant moves to get us past something that should have just kept us divided. People forget the issue of slavery divided the country from the very outset. We were fighting a civil war for years. Before we actually fired a shot. And let me rephrase that. Before we fired a shot with states succeeding, because we were firing shots after the Kansas-Nebraska Act. We were firing shots during 2 iterations of the Fugitive Slave Act. We were firing shots with John Brown's raid. We had been firing shots. The caning in the U.S. Senate wasn't a gun, but if you read the story, as he was caning Sumner, what ended up happening was there were people that pulled out guns and said, don't you stop it. They tried to stop it. People pulled out a gun and held people off until the dude was done beating him. So there were shots that were fired for years before Fort Sumter. And yet those people, with their actions and their words, were able to calm down the country to a point. One of them gave their lives, obviously. One of them had to run to Europe. People forget about that. But starting with those two and then quoting other Americans, there were people, both the anonymous and the very famous, that did what was necessary to put this country back on track through civil discourse, even at a time where people were being their worst selves. And it's a reflection that we can do the same now. And yes, it's from an African-American kid that grew up in Pittsburgh, Penn Hills, that did everything from work with the Tea Party to work with the Civil Rights Movement. Work with the Tea Party, work with former Black Panthers. Work with think tanks and work with the NAACP. Work with the ACLU and work with Americans for Prosperity at the same exact time. There are so many historical examples that show us how to be patriotic and historic in everyday moments through tough times, where the inflection points can be reflection points to do something to take us in a better direction. It can happen. It's great to see the edition, to see how they laid it out. It's an honor to have this huge, famous picture of Frederick Douglass in this commemorative edition and have me on the byline, on the tagline, with a little insert of my photo there. That's cool. But it's only cool, honestly, if it inspires people to get back on track. I am not in this to be a pundit. I am not in this to be famous. I want to be useful. I want to push us past this. I want my kids and my grandkids and my great-grandkids to have a much better America to live in than this. I don't want my kids rolling back sexism and racism and classism and ageism. I don't like the rollback. I don't want diversity to be a dirty word. I want it to be inclusive of everybody, including white guys that are Christian, living in quote-unquote flyover America. The article is great as a tool, as a reminder, as a platform, as an opportunity for us to remember who the best of who we are actually is. And it's not the bickering. It's not what's going on in the National Mall. It sure as heck aren't these job numbers or the reports that have come out about the disclosures from the president. It's not the divisiveness. It's not the 1-year anniversary of the one big beautiful bill, as they like to call it, or what's actually literally on the name of the bill. Which, by the way, I'm in News One as well talking about that. It's great doing these national things. I know that some of you all here in Pittsburgh, the outside world doesn't matter, but it really does. We are a world-renowned city and region that should be world-class. We have an opportunity to do that, but part of what we have to do is engage the outside world and be transformative and visionary in the process. And too often, we like what we like, and then we wonder why it doesn't work. Well, I'm not that dude. Throughout my whole life, I have been taking risks, trying to remind us of who we are and who we can be. This article is another example of that, and I praise God, and I'm very thankful for my team and for others to give me the opportunity to do this on one of the biggest platforms that we have in print media in the country. 866-391-1020. What I will do when I come back, I'll wrap up the article, then I'm going to go into the job numbers, and I'm going to go to the phone lines. Little primer, you heard it on the news teases. 57,000 jobs added. The last 2 months were again revised. We're sitting there looking at about 93,000 jobs added per month throughout 2026 after only adding less than 10,000 jobs a month in 2025 during an era where the president himself made over $1.5 billion over the last year plus. Haves and have-nots. K-shaped economy. Can't have United States that way. I'll talk about that more, starting with the article and then going into contemporary times and ideally how we can change these times after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Hey, John, why so glum? I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this. Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career. Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Here she comes.
Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop! Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations! Also, there's a beehive outside your store! And they're super aggressive! There's thousands of them!
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise? Saving 13% on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired! Gross!
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now, I had to get all old fogey stogie on you for a second, though, on some reading glasses because I'm a man of a certain age. But that said, I think I put enough in this article and had tipped to my PR team on the book, a Venn diagram of one of making this possible, making the connection with the Post and allowing this to be necessary for me. So had tipped to that wonderful team that I'm working with. They, 2026 has been like 7 years jammed in 6 months for me already. It just really has been. Blessings abound, but about 5 or 6 years worth of things in one's life jammed into 6 months. Major just events. This is going to be one of those years that when I'm sipping, tea on a porch at age 84, I'm going to be looking back at this year and be like, holy cow. I mean, it was fun to go through it, but man, am I glad that year's over. But that said, with this article, this is one of those things in 2026, obviously, that makes this year what this year is. But for those of you that are going to check out the article, again, Lenny McAllister, New York Post, America 250, it should come up. It was published online on Tuesday. It came out in print today. It starts out with a little bit of history that people don't remember. I'll read it. 3 American presidents died on the 4th of July. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson both let go on the same day in 1826. James Monroe followed in 1831. But the 2 men who taught us the hardest lessons about the 4th did not die on that day. First one talks about Frederick Douglass, and it notably talks about his speech from Rochester, New York on July 5th, 1852. Go look up that speech. A lot of it's applicable today. And don't worry about the racial aspect of it, because that was about slavery. Think about the haves and the have-nots. The name of that speech was, "What is the 4th of July to the American Negro?" A speech that my dad made my siblings and I read about when I was about 8 or 9 years old. But don't worry about the racial aspect of it today. Ask yourself, what is the 4th of July to the American that can't make ends meet? What does this celebration really mean for the American that is finding higher education slipping further and further away because of the new regulations that this administration's put into place? What does the 4th of July and all the celebrations at the National Mall mean when you have an administration that tinkers with the Constitution as much as this administration tries to tinker with the Constitution? What does the 4th of July mean when we talk about the American dream and prosperity? When we're seeing this K-shaped economy, those that have get more, and those that are struggling struggle even more. Yes, I'm happy that gas prices aren't at $5 a gallon. I'm not forgetting the fact that they're over $4 a gallon. I'm not forgetting that we went to war with Iran and didn't necessarily need to. And we're going to get a worse deal out of it. And I'm not forgetting that we had Liberation Day in April of last year, and the job numbers have been horrible ever since, pretty much. What is the 4th of July in America 250 for those Americans? So when you read Douglas's speech, think about that in a contemporary light. Then, of course, it goes from Douglas to Lincoln. And we know his story, his personal story, his presidential story. One that he got elected through division. He almost didn't get reelected in 64. More division. And had to work through personal strife and tragedy during the Civil War. Loss of a child during the Civil War. In order to preserve the Union. And he did that and lost his head, literally. The point of starting with those three presidents and then those two statesmen, then other Americans, is to highlight the fact that in these contemporary times, with the division we have right now, with the very rooted in our system troubles and problems and lack of confidence that we have right now, we can still overcome, because they did, and they had harder challenges than we do right now. So if we lean on their examples, and I talk about Harriet Tubman, I talk about Clara Barton, as well as the men that I mentioned. We lean on them, and we reflect upon them, we can find our way once again. And maybe I'm being idealistic, but just heck, it's what we do from Pittsburgh, Penn Hills. That's what we do in Pittsburgh. That's what we do in southwestern Pennsylvania. We make the impossible happen. I'm looking forward to ideally help allowing this article to be part of that, to help that be so moving forward. News at the bottom of the hour, going straight to the phone lines after this on News Radio KDKA.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Months after the FBI raided Georgia's Fulton County election office and seized hundreds of boxes of 2020 ballots, the agency is surging resources into the state.
Priority investigation. That is how the FBI is describing its ongoing investigation into the 2020 election in Georgia, according to a source and an internal FBI memo I reviewed. According to that memo, the FBI is surging 260 FBI personnel, including intelligence analysts from around the country, to help with this effort.
ABC's Olivia Rubin. 180 million people in 30 states are under alert for extreme temperatures heading into the 4th of July weekend. There's a double threat with some areas of the country also on alert for possible severe storms. Russia launching a new massive series of strikes on Ukraine's capital. Ukrainian officials say at least 25 people killed, more than 100 injured. The city of Kyiv coming under attack from a barrage of ballistic missiles and drones. This is ABC News.
Curb appeal. That's a real estate catchphrase when they want you to know a home looks really beautiful from the outside. You want the same thing anyway. Hi, this is Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters, which, by the way, each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. You're dealing with the owners. Now, there's no reason to procrastinate. All you have to do is get the professionals to do the job right from the start. And all you need to do is schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Tickets for Kids will host a Dress Big Happy Hour on Wednesday, July 22nd from 4 to 7 p.m. in the Casamigos Club at PPG Paints Arena. Join sports celebrities and TFK's friends from the ticketing, nonprofit, corporate, and foundation communities for a silent auction, hors d'oeuvres, a cash bar, and the chance to play carnival games on the arena floor. For tickets, go to the events link at ticketsforkids.org.
Stop smoking. Alex Goen patented hypnosis.
It's Steve Mann. Have you heard the commercials for the Stop Smoking seminars? And they said it could work for you. So I went. And guess what? It did work for me. My friends and family are still amazed. I quit smoking. I didn't have cravings, anxiety, or weight gain. Listen, I don't know how it works, but I know it works because I'm living proof, and it's 100% guaranteed.
Why so effective? The only stop smoking method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious. Alex Goen breaks your connection to cigarettes, coffee, stress driving, even other smokers. No cravings, irritability, or weight gain. Cigarettes no longer own you. Walk in a smoker, walk out free. Only $59.99 or your money back. Stop Smoking Seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 8 p.m. Weight loss by 30 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Tonight will be very warm and muggy under a clear to partly cloudy sky, low 76. Partly sunny, very hot and humid tomorrow with a thunderstorm in spots of the afternoon, high 97, and still near 90 on the 4th of July with a chance for a thunderstorm. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let me jump to these phone lines. 866-391-1020. George in Newcastle, you're on KDK.
Lenny.
Sir.
Nice to speak with you. First-time caller, but long-time listener.
Appreciate you calling in, and God bless you and yours, and happy 4th of July.
Thank you very much. I want to run something by you that I believe to be true, but I know you're much more astute than I am. And here's what I want to ask you.
Okay.
If Donald Trump were not the president, he would be in prison. Do you believe that?
It's interesting that you would say that, George, because I was driving and I was flipping back and forth between channels, and I happened to go to Michael Smerconish.
Oh, I love Michael.
So he's on, as you well know, he has his show Monday through Friday on XM Radio, POTUS channel. So that was one of the stations I was flipping through. I was listening to see who was on, filling in this morning. And, you know, I will listen to the fan, love them over there. But then I went to XM Radio to, you know, get other portions of national news. And he literally, after the disclosures came out about the crypto and everything else, said he had so many things up against him, and he kept emphasizing it. He said, that guy, he said, I said it then and I will say it again. That guy absolutely positively had to win the 2024 election. He had to win it, or else he was facing the civil case and all the money. He was facing the possibility of going to jail over January 6th. He was facing so many things. He had to win. Now, he also said, well, listen, E. Jean Carroll is going to probably look for her money, but now that he's made all this additional money, he's going to be able to pay her out. But he kept emphasizing the point, to your point, George, he had to win in 2024 to stay out of jail and or stay away from those civil lawsuits and the findings and the judgments against him.
And don't forget about the Georgia election interference.
That as well. And by the way, and it wasn't just, look, and this is very real. That was speculative, George, but the very real thing is there were scores of people that got pardons as a result of him becoming president again that would not only have not gotten pardons, but a lot of them might still be in jail for January 6th if it wasn't for him becoming president in January of 2025. That is true.
Okay. You kind of reiterate what I was thinking.
Well, George, first, thank you for calling in. Second, appreciate your call. Third, have a wonderful 4th of July weekend. Stay safe with you and yours, all right?
You too. Bye-bye.
God bless. Thank you. And look, I'm not that I'm going to hammer home that point. Others can do that at 866-391-1020. But there are some things that we know would not have happened if he were not the president. Liberation Day does not happen last year. The tariff wars do not happen. Doge does not happen. The pardons do not happen. One could make the case about Iran 2025 and redo 2026, but that goes more into theory because you can always make the case that Netanyahu and the Israelis could have made the case to a President Harris who could have been persuaded to go to war for one of our strongest allies in the world, including our strongest ally in the Middle East. Unlikely, but still possible. President Harris is not doing the tariff wars. President Harris is not doing Doge. That we know. President Harris is not sending ICE all over the place. President Harris is not sending the National Guard into Washington, D.C. So I'm just putting that out there. 866-391-1020. Going to Anthony in Oakland. Happy 4th of July weekend, kind sir. You're on KDKA.
May I ask you a question?
You may, of course.
I'm asking this of all those who call themselves African Americans. Why do you do that?
Do what?
Call yourself an African American.
Well, I can call myself a lot of things. I call myself black. I grew up calling myself black. So I will still go and say that. But I try to stay culturally sensitive. The term for about 15 years has been African American. I am a person of African descent. I have done the tracing back to Ghana, or my dad has, back to Ghana with people in my family, and I am an American.
Well, then why don't you call yourself a Ghanan American, since it is a country in the continent instead of the whole continent?
I could do that, but I also do believe we have other relatives from other countries on the continent as well. Ghana's the one that sticks out the most, but I do think that there are others that we have seen and research, not just I speculate. I'm talking about my dad has done the research in his retirement. So that's why.
I never call myself African American. I'm a Black American, and I've graduated from Negro and colored to Black American back in the 60s.
Yeah, you went through that era. I grew up with, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. So I grew up calling myself black, which, it's funny, Anthony, you would say that, because if you say that to some people look at you funny, like, why are you calling yourself black? Because I'm black. And you're like, what do you mean you're black? It's just, you go into that conversation, but you've lived through that as well. You lived through it longer, so you know.
Let me say this. Back in 76, it was a joyful time for all Americans. I can remember being and I very rarely go to large attended places. But back in 76, I went to the point all Pittsburghers in Allegheny County and people from surrounding areas, we all enjoyed ourselves. We're all proud of the country. We had gone through Watergate.
Mm-hmm.
We've gone through the ending of the Vietnam War. It was a joyful time. We're just grateful to be Americans. We lived, those of us who were young and saw our parents and ourselves go through legalized segregation, Jim Crow. It was a joyful time. It was a beautiful time, and it was a patriotic time compared to what unfortunately you have today, led by a man who tried, the first president that we do know tried a coup and was rewarded for it. So he has tainted most of the joy for people, and I give an understanding of those folks. And but what I won't understand is as Malcolm always told us, beware of the limousine liberal. When I just saw the New York Times do a background on democratic socialists and found out that 85% of those folks who call themselves that are white. 80% of them have college degrees, bachelor degrees. So when they're sitting around talking about all the issues that they're on, they're full of it. Just as Malcolm warned us for. That's why black folks like myself will never be a part of that crazy crowd.
Well, here's something that's interesting. I will not disclose who I was talking to, but I was talking to a civic leader in the region earlier today about 6 hours ago, roughly. And we were talking about policies that keep people with just enough money to stay poor. And that's not what policy should do. It should not just put Band-Aids on you while you are slowly bleeding to death. It's supposed to get you stitched up so that you can get healed and get back on your feet. And it seems to me that many of the policies that we are seeing more and more from the left are designed to keep you just with enough money to stay poor indefinitely. Yeah. And that is not a pathway to success. Now, and I will say this, I'm hearing these rumblings, and I've heard it forever since I've come back here in the region, since 2013. I used to hear this in Chicago from people when I lived there. And you hear about this with the partisan bickering today. Anybody that thinks that that's what you're doing, or you're just balancing a budget, that's not enough to fix the entrenched problems that people are facing today. You need to find ways to give people, and I've said this, step stool versus the ladder of success. You got to build the ladder of success again. And there's not a lot of people that are equipped at doing that. They'll fix a balance sheet, or they will give you stuff and blow up the balance sheet. Neither one of those are going to be successful. And it seems like, back to your point with DSA, it seems like DSA is more inclined to just blow up the balance sheet with other people's money. And when it's time to pay the piper, they turn around and they wonder why the jobs left. They wonder why the tax base left. And it's a very simple equation.
Yes, because and a lot of them are accustomed to creating government jobs. But you have to raise taxes. Those are tax-based jobs. The private sector, and especially small business, are the largest private employers that this country. They're the engine of the country.
Yep.
But these Rust Belt states chase them away. Which is, and another thing, I get tired of hearing all these studies from Pitt about black Pittsburghers. Hey, black Pittsburghers, keep your kiddies from running downtown and doing all kind of extracurriculars. Get them into trades.
But
get them into studying.
You're correct on that.
Jobs in that field.
You're correct on that, Anthony, except for the fact that the two are tied together in this regard. Much of the reason why there's not a black middle class in Pittsburgh, much of the reason why all the studies that come out of Pitt and other places that talk about the lack of wealth in black Pittsburgh and the wealth gap and the achievement gap and the academic and scholastic gaps between black Pittsburghers and white Pittsburghers, it exists because the opportunities weren't here for black Pittsburghers. So much of your talent left. They don't live here anymore. So what you're getting are people that have been behind already 2 to 3 generations. They're the ones that can't leave the region. And as a result, they're stuck behind And though, look, the underclass are going to be the people that are going to be more inclined to get into problems anyway, regardless of what they look like. The underclass, you can have Asian Americans that excel in science, and if you have underclass Asian Americans that are caught up on the wrong side of things and they don't understand the language, much less their own language, guess what they're going to do? You're going to have Asian gangs, and you used to have them. Same with the Italians, same with the Irish, same with the Eastern Europeans, and the same with African Americans. It's how it is with the underclass. The problem is we don't have a middle class here for African Americans like you have in Charlotte, Atlanta, Cleveland, places in Cincinnati and Chicago even, with all the violence there. You don't have that here. And as a result, the only more disproportionately, the black folks you have here are people that have been behind 2 and 3 generations, and it's harder for the come up.
Whose fault's that?
I would say,
I grew up with people who were married. The black community, I lived in a completely different black community. The black community I saw, these folks had a father, a mother, family structure. Their parents had skills. Their fathers knew plumbing and construction, bricklaying.
But my point,
they knew all those things.
The point I'm making, though, Anthony, is those kids. The people that you grew up with and I grew up. I wrote about this in my book. I talked about, the reason why black fatherhood was so important to me was not because of the statistics, it's because of all the black fathers I saw growing up. And it wasn't a big deal because black fathers were everywhere I was growing up. But guess where a lot of those kids went after they grew up with those black fathers in Pittsburgh and realized there were no communities here? They went to college someplace else and they never returned. The vast majority of them. That is statistically proven. And so when you have that type of brain drain, and we have it overall in Pennsylvania, and we have it overall in Western Pennsylvania, but we specifically have it when it comes to a lack of a black middle class here. When you have that go on, you are missing that step that allows people to have the come up that our generations, your generation and my generation, had while you had 2-parent households. So now you only have generations that are staying here that can't move, that don't have the mobility, that, by the way, also had broken families for 2 to 3 generations. I mean, the school-to-prison pipeline's been around for 30 years. You and I predate the school-to-prison pipeline. That wasn't a thing when we were in school. That's what we're facing.
Well, we'll have when we have that debate with one of these democratic socialists, we'll talk on that issue and more. And I'll hopefully that'll come soon because I think it'll be a good show for you.
I'm listening.
And you know what? Let me just say this about you, Lenny. I've listened to you for a long time. You've been around. You've heard me on CXJ and many others. You're a nice young man and an example of a good human being. So good night.
God bless you, and thank you for that. And the thing that, and I'm going to go to break after this, and Brian, I'm coming to you afterwards. The thing I appreciate about Anthony saying that is we don't always agree. And I know him. I face to face, shake hands, talked to him multiple times, saw him at CXJ. The beauty of what I like about Anthony and how he and I interact is, so what? We don't agree all the time. He's an American. He's a child of God. He's allowed to have an opinion. I'm supposed to respect it. I'm not supposed to call him stupid, so I don't. I disagree with him, and that's it. I appreciate the compliment because he gets what I'm trying to do, because I've gotten what he used to do way back when, and I appreciate him calling in to the show when he does. So thank you for the compliment, kind sir. Those, honestly, and I'm going to break after this, I promise. Those type of statements to me are the things that keep me going. So when I write an article in the New York Post, I'm writing with those type of sentiments in my heart and in my head so that I'm doing the right things to try to get us back on the right track. Coming back after this on News Radio KDKA.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Life moves fast, and having a primary care physician who knows you means someone is keeping pace with your health. At Independence Health System, your primary care doctor knows your history. They're your first call for checkups, screenings, telehealth visits, and everyday concerns, connecting you directly to a network of trusted specialists across our system and hospitals, all here for you. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, going to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Brian in Munhall, you're on KDKA.
Hi, Lenny. Good evening to you.
Good evening.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Lenny, before you make a comment, let me make my comment about Kroger buying out Giant Eagle. I'm 68 years old. Now, I grew up in West Mifflin. I live in Munhall now. The two major grocery stores back then, they were only a mile from my neighborhood, was A&P and Thoroughfare.
Oh, wow.
Now, Giant Eagle started to grow very exponentially, I guess, in the 1980s. I like Giant Eagle. I know they're a little more expensive. But anyway, Lenny, Kroger did have a presence in Pittsburgh.
Yes, they did.
Area for a while.
I remember. I'm old enough to remember it.
Do you know why they left? They left because they don't like unions and they didn't want to deal with them. There was a Kroger up in Century Square area.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Lebanon Church Road, Route 885. There was a Kroger there for a while. They just didn't want to deal with them and they left. So what are they going to do with Giant Eagle's union employees?
That is an interesting question. Now, part of it is, I'd have to imagine that coming into a union state or a union area like this, a unionized workforce, they've already made some accommodations. Now, to your point, Brian, with that, is they're going to buy what they are going to buy when they buy into the business now. The question then becomes, when that contract expires, then what happens? That's really going to be the key. Now, as you well know, Kroger's has a big presence in Ohio. I'd have to imagine that they have a certain dynamic in Ohio. I mean, it's not exactly like Ohio is, I don't know, South Carolina when it comes to unions. So they're going to have some type of experience. But to your point, it's going to be different when the next contract negotiation comes up. What do they do? Do they try to change the culture completely? Do they try to change the workforce completely? Or do they say, listen, we have other unionized shops across our conglomerate, ergo, we're going to take this approach? That would be fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm. Hey, do you mind me asking, is the Shapiro family still the primary owner of Giant Eagle?
I am not certain. I would like to think yes, but I'm gonna beg off of that because I don't want to say something with full confidence and be wrong one way or another.
Well, maybe they just want to cash out, enjoy life, do whatever they want.
It could be that.
But anyway,
and Brian, it could be that, but it could also be. I mean, look, the population has been going down for a while here in the region. And, when you have a new generation that's coming up, those that are staying in Pittsburgh, they've gotten used to getting groceries at Target and Walmart for a while now. I mean, there's been a super Walmart over in North Versailles, I think, for probably at least 25 years, if not going on 30 years. That's 1 to 2 generations of getting used to going to get everything from underwear to milk in one place. That's hard for Giant Eagle to compete with. That's a different dynamic.
Right. You're right. Hey, there's an Aldi's in Homestead. Now, I'm not saying their quality, their food's bad, but it seems too generic to me.
Well, and Brian, to your point, I got to go because I'm going up against the news. That's another competitor to your point. There was a time where supermarkets were very localized. You had your local brands. You go to Pittsburgh, and it's going to be, when I was growing up, it was mainly Giant Eagle, Foodland, and Shop and Save, and Coons. 4. I don't want to offend Rob Pratt. So you had those 4. Now, you're those 4, family-owned, regionalized, but you're also competing against Walmart, Target, Aldi. Conglomerates. Aldi is international. Walmart is Walmart. Target is Target. And by the way, even at Aldi, you can also buy toys. You can buy accessories. Some Aldis, you can buy pots and pans. You can buy that at Giant Eagle too, but you can buy a different type of item at Aldi while you're also getting your almond milk. Target, you can go get a couple of pairs of shorts. You can go get swimming trunks to take the kids to the pool tomorrow while you're also getting eggs. That's not the market that a Giant Eagle has been in traditionally. And I'm a guy that grew up when they used to have a 24-hour-a-day Giant Eagle in Penn Hills. And my mom would go to their shopping at Friday night at 11:30 at night and come back and watch Friday night videos, which also dates me. Friday night videos on NBC. Anywho, our number 4 coming up after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Party at your place this summer? Fix things up inside and out with July 4th deals, now at Lowe's. Get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $80 on the select Charbroil Performance Series gas grill, now $299. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. A dangerous and potentially deadly heat wave has settled over half the country. Temperatures so hot that special events are being revised, people are being told to reserve energy, and hospitals are reporting an increase in visits. ABC meteorologist Melissa Griffin.
We are dealing with that extreme heat right now here in New York City, reaching 100 degrees for the first time in 14 years. And you get that humidity on top of it. It feels like the air you can wear. It feels like 105 in New York. It feels like 110 in Philadelphia.
The heat on the day that's expected to be the busiest for travel for the 4th of July holiday, AAA says things should thin out on the roads tonight after 8 or 9 p.m. The city of Kyiv once more shaken by huge blasts as Russia launched a new wave of attacks. Ukrainian officials say at least 27 people were killed and nearly 113 injured in the blasts. And we're getting an accounting of the cost, the human cost of the war.
The Center for Strategic and International Studies is out with a report that found that military casualties have topped 2 million, including 600,000 deaths. Ukraine has lost between 125 and 150,000 soldiers. Russia, meanwhile, has lost 450,000 deaths.
ABC's Marcus Moore, the couple who climbed up the spire of the Empire State Building Wednesday. ABC's Aaron Katursky with how they gained access.
Sources tell ABC News Angelina Nicolau and Ivan Kuznetsov bought tickets to the Empire State Building, entering on Tuesday, the day before their stunt, and hiding out overnight. The next morning at 5 a.m., the sources say a security camera caught the couple going through a hatch on the 102nd floor observation deck. Hours later, prosecutors say the pair left through the 104th floor, where a lock on a security door had been broken, clambering onto the antenna and unfurling a banner nearly 1,500 feet in the air.
You're listening to ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month with Window Nation at 50% off all window styles. Yes, 50% off new, beautiful, energy-efficient windows, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 years. Call now, 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet Webroot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, Webroot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/protect and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/protect to get 60% off today. Live a better digital life with Webroot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Security is tight in and around Washington, D.C. for July 4th celebrations over the weekend. Federal law enforcement brought ABC News Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas to witness a security drill with law enforcement on what would happen if a plane entered restricted airspace in Washington.
The bottom line is Coast Guard deals with them, tries to warn them to get out of the restricted airspace. If they don't go, then NORAD is authorized or can be authorized to actually take them down.
A Princess cruise ship has undergone cleaning and disinfection after a norovirus outbreak.
Princess Cruises says some guests and crew on a 20-day voyage from San Francisco to Alaska came down with norovirus. The CDC says 102 of the over 3,000 guests and 23 of the 1,100 crew reported being infected. They had diarrhea and vomiting. Princess says its Ruby Princess ship docked in San Francisco on Thursday morning as scheduled and underwent a comprehensive cleaning and disinfection before its scheduled afternoon departure from San Francisco. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A spokesperson for Senator Mitch McConnell says the senator is continuing his recovery in the hospital and continues to improve. The 84-year-old McConnell was hospitalized June 14th and has not been seen in public since. His team has not confirmed if the call involved the senator or the reason for his hospitalization. The senator is serving his 7th term. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-330-6363. That's 800-330-6363. 800-330-6363.
It's another 2-day sale at Coons Market today and tomorrow, Thursday, July 2nd, Friday, July 3rd. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, meaty, tender St. Louis style spare ribs are $2.69 a pound. In the produce department, red or green seedless grapes are $1.99 a pound. In the deli, yellow or white American cheese, $2.50 a pound. And stock up on these selected varieties of Cape Cod potato chips, 6.5 to 8 ounce bags. Buy one, get one free.
It's happening at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
With a clear to partly cloudy sky tonight, it will be very warm and humid, a low of 76. Near record heat again tomorrow, partly sunny and humid with an afternoon thunderstorm at spots, high 97. And we still could have a thunderstorm on the 4th of July. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now, I told hour number 4, Lenny McAllister, filling in for Michael Bartley here on News Radio KDKA. I'm filling in for Marty tomorrow at 10. Let me get that out of the way. Phone lines are still open, 866-391-1020. Let me get that out of the way. I talked about the article that I did for the New York Post. And part of what I talked about was the how and the why and why it matters to me and all that other stuff. And I talked about how, among other things, being an African-American man, being from Pittsburgh, Penn Hills, being this, being that, being this, being that. And all those things are true. They're all true. At the same exact time, it's only part of the story. So before I get back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020, y'all see me with my phone in my hand. I'm not talking to my bookie. I don't have a bookie. But if I did, I wouldn't use this phone. I'd use my secret phone in my pocket, my bookie phone. Digressing. And making a joke, obviously. Part of what I was talking about was how all these people come to my mind when I do things. Anthony's comment before the break. I will remember that when I do the next big thing. I will remember that when I'm discouraged. I will remember that when I'm about to do a speech. I got to do a keynote speech in Dallas in a couple of weeks. His comments about me, among other comments about me, will go on stage with me when I give that keynote speech. But what also goes with me is what happened on this phone during the commercial break, during the news break as well. Two of my former players, who I've known since second grade, watched them get First Holy Communion, First Reconciliation, and Confirmation. Watched them grow into wonderful young men who I can't believe are going into their junior year of high school collectively. They called just to kind of reach out to me because I had told them about somebody that they needed to meet at a camp. They're at a camp doing wonderful things together, learning how to be business leaders, expanding their minds. And I said, hey, I'm connected to this, that, and the other. Ask about these individuals. Let them know that you know me. And they called to give me an update. And everything from hearing them be brilliant to hearing them aspire to be more than they are today, to be better next week, to be better next month. Those things are utterly amazing to me. And that's why I do a lot of this. So, yeah, when I sit there and talk about, the New York Post article, the keynote speech in Dallas, the book, A Venn Diagram of One. By the way, I was just told by my IT director / web designer that you can go to the website. You can find the link of the article on the website. You can find the link to pre-order the book. You can find other things that I've done. It's all on the website. Go check it out. But to get those type of messages from all different types of people, and again, the title of my book is A Venn Diagram of One. It's a cool title in one regard. The cover kind of reflects just the different Venn diagram experiences I have. I get that. But as much as it sounds like a gimmick, experiences like what I just had happen over the commercial break and the news break, where you get a chance to watch people grow into their brilliance and their excellence from second grade, third grade, fourth grade, all the way through to now, knowing that they're just going to continue to elevate. And the beauty I get is I get to watch it firsthand, secondhand. I get to watch it with my kid. I get to watch it with other parents. That is the beauty of what I do. And then, yes, very true, I take those kids on stage with me at 2 o'clock in the morning when I'm working on a speech, at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning when I'm looking over numbers, when I'm looking over statistics, when I need to dilute all the muckety-muck mess into something that really is tangible for people, when I have to distill numbers into what does this really mean, I remember them and you and others like Anthony. Because if you have platforms, if you claim to be a statesman, if you claim to be a leader, and you have an opportunity to have a platform, and you don't do those things, what the hell are you in the position for then? To enrich yourself? Oh, wait, didn't mean to hit a nerve there. To be popular? To be famous? To be an influencer? What are you influencing towards? Those relationships matter to me. They matter to me. Because it helps me be the best that I can be for you and for others in whatever way I can, including while I'm speaking here on News Radio KDKA. So it does matter. Love those kids. I'm glad they called. If they're listening, they're probably like, oh my God, he's embarrassing us again. Well, listen, I embarrassed the 13-year-old to start off the show with his double. Then I embarrassed the older kid by, attributing the Howard Dean scream to Howard Stern, which would have some type of weird New York accent with it. If that were to have happened, and I don't even know if any of our ears could take that. So there was that. And now these kids, and I'm certain that my wife is just like, can we change the locks? I have his credit cards. Can we just change the locks? You could change the locks. Especially considering I got to be back here at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It wouldn't really matter. I'd just sleep in the car, come back here, and be on News Radio KDKA with people that actually love me. I know George in Clareton loves me. That's why I'm going to get to him after the break. But I am going to break first here on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Explore the hand-drawn world of artist Chris Deegan. His detailed pen and ink illustrations capture cityscapes and landmarks with technical precision and intricate fine-line detail. Browse the full collection of prints and original designs on Etsy at Art from Chris. Looking for an incredible Pittsburgh fresh-made hoagie? Visit Tim's Corner Market in Beachview. Fresh house-made bread stacked high with the finest meats and premium toppings and packed with Pittsburgh flavor. The hoagie you didn't know you needed at Tim's Corner Market on Broadway Avenue in Beachview. Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. They believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Visit assistedgoals.org to apply.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss quick and easy meals to prepare. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Take a walk around your house, and unless you've had CertaPro painters paint your exterior recently, you're thinking the same thing. I need to get rid of that drabby paint. I did this with CertaPro painters, and wow, what a difference. Get the job done right because you're working with the owners. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, and I love that. And 70,000 five-star reviews can't be wrong. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, going back to the phone lines now. 866-391-1020. George and Clareton, you're on KDKA.
Lenny, what's up, man? I'm considering getting your book and actually getting it for not just myself. It's always hard for me to buy, just for me. I kind of feel a little guilty. Especially if there's some good stuff in there. I really think there are. You know, even some topics that Anthony come up with. I was half asleep when he come on. I wish I was not. Just out here on the porch with my dog. And it's just a hot night.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
You know, and I work. You know, I'm back to work. I love it. Almost 2 years now, and it's hot. I mean, it's hot. I even drove in without a shirt on today, man. Sporting my tan here. But Anthony said a few things, and if it's in the book, and I know you've said that to a few other callers. Yeah, you got to read my book. You know, it's kind of like I've never been to a Garth concert, but he always says, I guess you've never been to a Garth concert. I don't want to be left out. But I also want to spread that word. I have great guys that I taught with that were actually my teachers, and that's always been a special thing. They started teaching in the 70s, and I think they would love your book. One of them actually taught me what a Venn, or it's Venn, how VENN diagram really is. I didn't know that.
VENN. And trust me, I've had a couple of people that have had to go back to the geometry classes when they were like a Venn diagram.
That's what he taught.
But
so
yes,
he's in the making for a book, and one was a librarian that was fantastic. A little tough in school, you know. That's how I think I learned so much about dogs, because I kept my nose down. I got the world books and the Britannica encyclopedias, which is like 72, 73, and I just read all I could in those days about dog breeds. I'm a big dog lover, and I work with dogs and stuff. Just just a hobby. But then I had my son-in-law, who is I wouldn't say very conservative. He is conservative, but he's like you, really. He was born in '79, but he voted for Trump. He's a teamster. He's a general good guy. I don't want to shoot myself in the foot bragging up to him, or not. I think he would enjoy that textbook. And that's the way I view like a textbook.
Well, George, number one, if you can get those individuals to buy the book, I would be honored. I'd appreciate it very much.
I'm going to get them. I'm going to get it for them.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, number two, it covers everything from second acts in America to history to statistics to reminding us of the values that allow us to overcome first acts that are not as smooth as we'd like them to be. And it takes us through history lessons. It talks about my own life and going through those things. It talks about, being a Pittsburgher and going through those things. It talks about being a national entity and going through those things. And it does it in a way, George, that it doesn't just talk about it from a black perspective. It certainly does talk about it from a black perspective, but it talks about discrimination that Asian Americans went through on the West Coast when it came to the coolie trade laws, quote unquote. It talks about 20th century immigrants and the discrimination those immigrants went through at the turn of the 20th century. It talks about how we had to flip our our prejudice, our racism, and our sexism on its head during World War II in order to beat back fascism. So it goes through a lot of those different things while also talking from a contemporary perspective. It literally, I'll give a little clue, and this is for people that are going to buy the book out there, A Venn Diagram of One. You can buy it Barnes & Noble or any place where books are sold. You can pre-order it. It comes out August 11th. I have a section in the book. I have a section in the book that ties together Bill Clinton, Tina Turner, and Martin Luther King Jr.
Okay, yeah, I know it's got to be a great thing. It's stuff that we talk about, I'm sure, and with those gentlemen that I mentioned. I think a lot of it sounds like something we speak about still. And, you know, all my mentors that are gone from Clareton Works, Clareton Mill, your father may have known. All old-time black guys that come up in the 40s from down south. And they were my first mentors. These are things we talked about in the 70s when I was 18, 19, up until 82. And, you know, I didn't see them again, or if I come to Clareton, I'd see them around downtown. But everyone's gone. One guy is still living. He's about 98, and that's it. But those conversations were golden, and they're pretty much gone. They're in my memory, you know, but they're pretty much gone. So hopefully this book will rekindle those kind of grassroots conversations and goals and, you know, all those good things that we used to talk about at one time.
Well, George, I believe that it will, and I think one of the things about the book that I would encourage people to keep in mind is, you know, they can find in my Venn diagram of one, if you will, they can find themselves in it. I mean, there's going to be people that are like, I went to Shady Side Academy with them, and it's like, yes, we did. I was a scholarship kid, so you can find the Penn Hills in that aspect of that story. You can also find the person that had to do work study. There's an aspect there that you can also find, but you can also find the person that dropped out of college. There's a lot of people that did that. There's a lot of people that had to go work minimum wage. I had to do that. There's a lot of people that that went through the parenthood stumbles and challenges and successes that I went through. But also there are people that also found their second and third acts in life. So there's enough, I think, in the book where people can read it and say to themselves, you know what? I can't relate to this, but I can certainly relate to that. I can relate to those two things, maybe not the third, but maybe I can relate to it if I follow the same level of path of faith and works in action. So it's George, it's not a political book. It is it's a memoir. It's a civic roadmap. It is a book that is designed to inspire people to get us past the rut. And you and I talk about this, George. We talk about the rut that we believe America's in. And you've mentioned multiple times that I don't know if we're getting out of this. It is my.
I mentioned that real heavy in November.
Yes,
very heavy right before Thanksgiving.
But it is my pitch. It is my spiel to say no. Too many American examples to show that you can get past it. I've gotten past it in my personal life, and I do genuinely believe that we will get past it. And it's me laying out the case from my personal life, my professional life, my political life, and historically what I have seen over the course of American history.
Well, I'll tell you, I could identify because I've always been told by some of my friends' older brothers, which would mean a lot. You know, that goes the pecking order as you're growing up. But I was always been a late bloomer. So I guess I'm still in that phase to an extent. You know, physically, I can get around decent. I have some mobility issues now. I've developed that. Same thing Alan Jackson has. Are you familiar with that? Oh, yeah. Charcot-Marie tooth. It's a neuro thing. But I'm still out there doing what I can do, man. If I can walk 100 yards, I'm done walking 100 yards in 96 degrees, getting into what I do for a living. And that's how I spread the word. I work with kids, too. So I still, once you're in, you know?
Yeah, that's how hey, George, that's how it definitely is. Number two, you know, that's why it's very easy for me to talk about kids that I've coached over the years, kids that I've mentored over the years, you know, to talk about people that, and what they don't get, George, is it's very easy to talk about them because you gave to them, but they gave to you. You invested in them, but because they trusted you, they put something inside of you that prompts you to lean always on being your best self, because you don't know the next person you're going to inspire. You don't know the next thing that you're going to do. You don't know the next opportunity that you have to make the world a better place. And they remind you that you have to take that.
like a social reciprocality. Or they used to make fun of me when I was student teaching Still Valley. I would do things with two fingers, pointer fingers, one going this way, one going that way.
Yep.
And I'd say it's all like a social equilibrium. You know, just the energies and the distractions and detractors and all that works. That to me, that meant thousands. And I, being a late bloomer, I went back to school late. And when I student taught, that was the year we had that blizzard of '93. You know, I was there working with 7th, 8th grade kids, thinking, "Wow, do I want to do this?"
Listen.
Now I would see the kids over the years, and they'd make such a fuss, and that's just how it is, you know.
I do, George. I do. Listen. Hey, man, you enjoy your 4th. I will be here filling in for Marty if you want to call in. And meanwhile, you enjoy the rest of your night.
Yeah, I may do that. I always like when you're on. You know that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you enjoy the rest of that night on that porch with that dog in that heat.
That's what I'm doing. All right, buddy. See you later.
God bless you. Take care. Listen, I can't really emphasize enough, and Ted, I'm going to get to you after the break because I love talking to you as well. I keep trying to explain to folks, and it sounds very arrogant when I do it, but I'll just take the risk of coming off that way, and it's not my intent, and it's not my heart. It's not where my heart is either. But I know that I've been very blessed to do a lot of different things that most people don't get to do, whether it's at this station, in this region, heck, in a lot of ways, period. Not a lot of people, like I've said before, that's worked with all these different types of individuals. My grandchildren will be able to say that my grandfather was published in the New York Post when they were celebrating America 250. And his picture is, very small picture, is beside Frederick Douglass. That means something to me. It means something to me to be published by way of Frederick Douglass books. I don't take that lightly. I don't take lightly that the great-great-great-grandson of Frederick Douglass has given a statement about how he feels I fit into the Douglass legacy with my book. But in addition to all those things, all the comments that you all say to me on these airwaves, I take to heart, not as a critique or not as a, us versus them, but as a directive to be better, to pursue a more perfect union, and to be a more perfect person as a leader and as a statesman. So I enjoy that, and I appreciate you all giving that to me. Going to the news, going to Ted, last half an hour, coming up next on News Radio KDKA.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org. Lose weight. Alex Goen patented hypnosis, the only weight loss method in America proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office because it reprograms your subconscious, engineered to kill cravings, emotional eating, late night fridge attacks, full on half the food so you lose the weight, no matter what you tried before. Engineered to work. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd. Doubletree by Hilton Green Tree, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Arrive early. Sign up at alexgoen.com. G-O-E-N. That's alexgoen.com.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. Half the country experiencing sweltering heat. Hospitals reporting an increase in visits. ABC meteorologist Melissa Griffin.
We are dealing with that extreme heat right now here in New York City, reaching 100 degrees for the first time in 14 years. And you get that humidity on top of it. It feels like the air you can wear. It feels like 105 in New York. It feels like 110 in Philadelphia.
The heat on the day that's expected to turn out to be the busiest for travel this holiday. The city of Kyiv once more shaken by huge blasts as Russia launched a new wave of attacks. Ukrainian officials say at least 27 people were killed and nearly 113 injured. The daredevil couple that got engaged at the top of the Empire State Building released from jail after a brief court appearance today. The social media influencers did not enter pleas to multiple felonies. They're back in court next month. And how did they get there? They said they bought observatory tickets the night before and camped out. This is ABC News.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage.